Spanish team organising the podium, getting the drivers called forward. You've got some Team Sweden there, seeing themselves on the big screen. So it's not just the top 3 nations represented in the crowd, it's a whole gamut of nations. And for Spain, Dani Juncadella steps forward. He looked decidedly miserable though when he got out of the car, and look at that, it is still not a terribly happy man. Second up the steps for the silver medal is going to be Finn Wiebelhaus. Silver today, gold yesterday, but it's been a good weekend for the young German driver, and I think we'll be hearing a lot more about him. But he's got his flag, he's got his Pirelli race winner's cap, and in a few moments he'll have a gold medal because he's got a GT sprint win at the FIA Motorsport Games. It is Turkey's Ayhan Şengüven for the top step of the podium and the gold medal. So the top 3 are ready for the national anthem of the winning driver. The medals await at the FIA Motorsport Games. GT Sprint, the last circuit racing activity of the weekend, and Team Turkey, Team Germany, Team Spain represented. For Spain, Dani Juncadella, he takes bronze, and the medal is now presented. A welcome return to the Valencia circuit for Dani Juncadella. First time he's raced here in 13 seasons, and he takes bronze. Silver for Finn Wiebelhaus, who led for more of the race than anybody else in the end. Silver is the medal that he takes after a really good drive, and then we have gold to be presented. There is also the Silver Cup trophy, because Finn Wiebelhaus is not a gold or a platinum, so he's a class winner, if you like, within GT Sprint. But the gold medal for the man draped in the Turkish flag, Ayhan Şengüven it is, who takes the gold medal. And he is a very happy man, up from the back of the grid to take the win, and a hard-fought win it was too. Dani Juncadella forces a smile, so does Finn Wiebelhaus. No forcing needed for the man with first on his cap. Ayhan Şengüven, he's won gold at the FIA Motorsport Games. He was the winner of the FIA GT Nations Cup back in 2018. And after another impressive season in GT racing, Ayhan Şengüven gives the flag back to the ASM, back to the team, and will make his way, now soaked in champagne, to go and get his bottle as well. Ayhan Şengüven is gold medal winner in GT Sprint for Turkey.
What a fantastic race. I could not keep my eyes off Turkey, Germany for the last 20 minutes or so. Incredible. For a moment, I forgot that there's more cars on track because it was all eyes on them.
Totes. Yeah, it was amazing. Brilliant racing. It's exactly what you want to see at this stage of the FIA Motorsport Games. You know, it keeps coming thick and fast, and they're just behind us preparing that exact same track for the rally sprint off, which is coming very soon. So that's exciting too. Let's have a look at the medals table now, which has been affected by that last race. But Spain still on top with 6 golds, Germany second with 2 golds, Brazil in third with 2 golds, Belgium in fourth now with 2 golds, Italy. So there's lots of teams on 2 golds. United Kingdom in 6th place with 1 gold. So that battle for who's going to be second place is like super tight.
And I think if Germany would have won that, they would have probably gone first. So that's also... Yeah, it's okay. Turkey deserved that medal for sure.
Yeah, in that Porsche. Really, really good, great driving.
That was fantastic. I think we're going to continue straight into the race action because we're not done yet. We've got more highlights coming. We are up for some more karting. This time it's the Karting Sprint Junior final race that we're looking at.
We're heading towards the tram lines once again. It will be 18 laps here at the Aspar circuit to decide the gold, silver and bronze medals for Sprint Junior in these FIA Motorsport games. We are green, we are racing. Great start for Zulfikari, not a good start at all for Arias. It means that Van Rooyen of the Netherlands is chaos in the second half of the field. Several drivers already off. Good start for Turkey, good start for the Netherlands, who have never had a karting sprint medal in the FIA Motorsport games. Zulfikari leads, but Mats Van Rooyen, who's been continuing to improve across the course of the race meeting, Anthony, is very quick there in second place.
Certainly is, and it's been an absolutely phenomenal start still from the front runners here as they head through into the infield section. Out of the race is Vicente Garcia of Chile, going no further in this medals final. Chile's hopes are gone, but at the front here for Turkey and the Netherlands at the front of 1-2, their hopes are still very much alive as they exit out of the final corner. It's Turkey from the Netherlands, India, United Kingdom, Germany and Spain as the UK sends it down the inside. George Edgar gets up into third place and is pushing forward.
Had a little chat to George Edgar before this race. He was quietly confident. What a start for the younger of the Edgar family, who've got a rich history in kart racing. Can they get a medal here? The United Kingdom have already had one at this circuit. They took the bronze in the karting endurance race less than 24 hours ago. Zulfikari looking to control this race, as he said to Nicole that he would look to do. They look to control the pace and manage it. It's a long race. These are drivers at the very front of the field who've all had long karting seasons. For Zulfikari and Van Rooyen, they've both raced in the FIA Karting OK Junior category across the course of this year in European and World Championships. As here goes Van Rooyen down the inside for the Netherlands. The Netherlands take the lead.
Absolutely superb there through turn one. That brings the UK just that little bit closer. Remember, the UK have never won. Well, they have won.
Never won a sprint one,
they've won sprint. Okay, so yes, they have got some. So they need to be careful here. They have won a medal, but have they won a gold? I don't think they have ever won a gold. No, they have. They've done one 2 years ago. So this could still be a second for them, but let's see what happens here. He's still there in third place, is George Edgar, but he's working hard. India there, though, in P4 as well with Jagrat Titroja. They are pushing forward very nicely here, but they are still there in P4. Keep an eye on Mats Van Rooyen, though, in the lead. The Netherlands still controlling this one.
And keep an eye on Arjen Kraling as well for Germany in fifth place. Arjen Kraling is starting to get a bit of momentum up here. Edgar feels the need to defend a little bit. That opens the door for Kraling. There was a slight hesitation there from Titroja. That is all the opportunity that Arjen Kraling needs to step down the inside. This is danger now for Edgar, Zulfikari and Van Rooyen, because Kraling, the Works Kart Republic driver, very, very familiar with this chassis, is now on a roll. There is Bosco Arias as well, trying to fight back down the inside of Jagrat Titroja. Beautiful move by the Spaniard. That is Team Spain back up to fifth place, looking to add to their huge tally of medals as the host nation. We're on lap 4. We're still in the early stages of this one. Mats Van Rooyen leads for the Netherlands. Iskender Zulfikari, second place, silver medal at the moment for Turkey. That would be a brilliant result for Turkey. Oh, is Van Rooyen a little bit wide out of the chicane? No, he gathered it back together very nicely. Top three have got to work together for me at this point, Anthony, because they cannot let, if they want to medal of any kind of colour, they cannot afford to let Arjen Kraling get involved in this top three, because he is getting quicker and quicker. I criticised him a little bit yesterday. He was off colour. He wasn't quite where I expected him to be in the heats, but today on Sunday he has come alive,
and that's where it matters as well. He's there in P4. He is closing in. Iskender Zulfikari as well. You saw the graphics setting the fastest lap of the race. George Edgar, though, has not dropped off the back, and that means that Mats Van Rooyen is not able to break away as well. But like you were saying, Kraling looking much stronger right now. He could be the big key in this one for that second group behind. If he can focus and bring that second group with him, we'll have a huge group of drivers all fighting for the gold, silver and bronze. But Krailing's going to go defensive though, because Bosco Arias just looks to the inside there into the braking zone of turn number 1. That's opened it up just that little bit more, as now the top 3, they're starting to break away a little bit here now. Edgar is on the back foot, but looks so much faster through that second sector. And look how much quicker he's back on the rear bumper there now of Zulfikari, who's trying to hold on to second place here.
George Edgar playing a very smart game here, not trying to get through on Zulfikari, because I think the threat for these drivers at the front right now is if they start fighting, they'll throw themselves back into that pack with Krailing, Arias, Salamau, de Troja. Not just throw themselves into it, they'll disappear out the back of it. They've got to keep organised. I tell you what as well, Team Peru are giving this gold medal defence a really, really good go. Mariano Lopez is up 13 places so far in this race at the end of lap number 6. Don't count out Peru as here goes Zulfikari down the inside. George Edgar's going to step through as well. Van Rooyen just has to be patient there. Loses the lead. Out of Georgia. And Ryan Dharmadasa for Sri Lanka is out as well. That has happened out of turn number 18. We've seen that be a hot spot, Anthony, and it's claimed another 2 drivers.
It certainly has, and that is a huge shame. You could see how upset he was, but there is the change for the lead. The United Kingdom lead in Spain in the junior sprint final. George Edgar has done what the UK have needed to do in the sprint category. He has put it to the front, and now he's controlling this one as the marshals do a brilliant job of cleaning away the carts at turn 18. But Iskander Zulfikari is still there. You can see they've opened up the gap. There is a gap now between them and third place, but that train of third will still get the chance of closing in. We're only lap 8 of 18. There is a long way to go. Here's that accident. Oh, that's a huge shame. That is a huge shame. I don't think that's fully on Rian Dharmadasa there. I think he may have been assisted into the back of the driver from Georgia, Kobayadze, unfortunately, but that is a huge shame for both of them, out of this final.
Yeah, for Kobayadze, nothing he could have done about that, and that was simply too many carts into one piece of real estate here at the Aspar circuit. These are big, big laps from George Edgar here. He's starting to drop Iskander Zulfikari, and you just wonder across the course of a competition like this, we haven't seen this pace at all from George Edgar so far this week. Has he just been saving something in reserve through time qualifying, through the heats, to put himself in the best possible position? He races through a very, very competitive national championship. He is not a driver who's been racing at the FIA European and World level in OK Junior this year, and like the drivers immediately behind him, but you wouldn't know it right now. Team UK lead, but here comes another kick. Once again from Van Rooyen, sticks it down the inside. Lovely move there. Netherlands back into silver medal position.
Now they need to be careful. Now they need to really be careful, because if they start fighting for second place, they will lose touch of Edgar. He will just break away. They don't want that. They want to keep him in the fight. But again, when you see those 2 different racing lights there, that's the mistake, and that could cost them. But here, Mats Van Rooyen, now it's split them up. Now it's 1-1-1. It's all a long train now, as we keep an eye on Mariano Lopez, who is still doing a brilliant job of closing through the field, is still there in 11th place, up 13 places for Peru. But eyes on this fight now. It's all a case of let it simmer down. Let's see who's going to close in those little gaps, as investigation flag going out to Rian Dharmadasa, who we just see, of course, with that incident with Georgia at turn 18. Big send down the inside. Through goes Bosco Arias of Spain and claims another position, getting past de Troja from India.
So at this stage of the race, Anthony, what would you say? I'm feeling that there's almost a little bit of, well, not a stalemate, but, you know, everyone's knowing what their pace is relative to each other now. They're just ticking off the laps and going, okay, no one's going to pull away in this one. They're going to get reeled back in. The slipstream is powerful around this circuit. Keep yourself in play. Brazil aren't going to do that. Salamau steps down the inside of Krailing, gets up to 4th place, but particularly for the top 3. I think they just wanted to keep them as strong as possible as Kraling responds back down the inside. That's going to hold both Brazil and Germany. But Brazil are now off on the road. Oh, well driven by Salamau to get back on circuit, but it's lost out. Klara Kowalczyk is through into 7th place. But I think for the top 3, they've just got to keep the powder dry right now. For the next few laps, leave it for a big push right at the end of this race. That's an interesting notification as well, Anthony. Investigation flag for Team Spain and Bosco Arias.
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, if you were a watcher of the karting endurance race yesterday at the dying stages of their race, Spain ended up under investigation, and we all saw how that went well. But in this one, let's see what happens. This is closed in. Now, Edgar, Van Rooyen and Zulfikari, they're at a stalemate, yes, but those gaps are much smaller than what they were a few laps ago. This is not over yet. It is going to be a fight to the line, but we're on lap 12 of 18 right now, and I think Mats Van Rooyen is just looking that little bit faster. And there, Edgar, he took a tighter line there into 9 and 10. He is just trying to put that cut right in the middle of the track.
United Kingdom have had a very successful year in direct drive and OK-based FIA categories. They took the European Championship in seniors in the shape of Joe Turney. They took the World Championship, of course, in the shape of Ethan Jeff Hall. They also took the junior title in the shape of Kenzo Craigie. Can George Edgar add his name to the list of long achievements for British drivers in international karting in 2024? Mats Van Rooyen doesn't want that to happen. He wants the first gold for the Netherlands. The Netherlands, such strength in depth in their karting ranks for many a year, but they haven't had a medal before in the FIA Motorsport Games. Zulfikari is still there as well. Do not count out the Turkey driver. Bosco Arias now up to 4th place. I was about to say Bosco Arias needs a big effort, and he has put in a big effort. He's just gone purple through sector number 1. What has he got in sector number 2? It's good pace. Don't count out Arias. He's there. He's in that danger zone for Van Rooyen and Iskender Zulfikari, that if they start fighting, Anthony, 0.9 of a gap, well, that's to the leader. 0.6 is the gap from 3rd to 4th. Arias is going to pounce if these 3 start fighting.
Oh, he certainly will. And again, I'm just keeping an eye on Zulfikari as well here, because you're seeing the gap now starting to extend a little bit between Edgar and Van Rooyen. This is going to mean he's going to go for the move. He is going to go for the move. That brings Arias straight back into play, and it releases Edgar and the United Kingdom in the front by even more now. But Zulfikari had to do that. Yeah. But, he's going to fight it back. This is going to cost them. This is going to cost them the gold if they continue fighting like this. But now it's Van Rooyen back into 2nd place. Zulfikari under pressure from Arias. Spain is back on the scene and back fighting for a bronze medal here in the FIA Motorsport Games in Sprint Junior. Into the final chicane. The race lead now. They cross the line. The gap, 0.6 of a second. That is the gap. What is going to happen? Are they going to close in? The sector times there indicates that, well, they are running a little bit faster behind. That's the interesting thing. Yet the gaps, and because these overtakes, they're just losing out on time on each other. It's not what they want to do. And look at that. Kraling, De Troja, Samala, they're all there. They're all right back in this.
They are indeed. The battle for the silver. Oh, that's a very close moment. And through goes Zulfikari. Zulfikari on Van Rooyen. I'd be interested in another little look at that one. Arias wasn't able to take advantage. Zulfikari back up to 2nd place, back into the silver medal position. 3 laps to go. I know he can't hear me, but George Edgar, do not tighten up now. Your lead is 1 second with 3 laps to go. Here goes Arias. Arias down the inside takes bronze medal position away from the Netherlands and Mats Van Rooyen. What a race we're having here in Sprint Junior, and Krailing's on the scene again. In comes Salamau for Brazil. It's round 2 between the German and the Brazilian side by side out of turn 6 through 7 and 8. The Troja's still there as well. This is turning into one of the races of the year. Krailing steps down the inside. Van Rooyen's fading. Van Rooyen's fading the hopes for the Netherlands of a first medal in kart sprint events at the FIA Motorsport Games that was in their hands. They were in silver medal position for so long. 2 more laps to go, Anthony Jordan. It's looking tough for Van Rooyen to see if he can get back up in this top 3.
It certainly is. It's such a shame to see it. He was so quick at the start of this one. But again, it's just that disheartening thing. And Kraling again is going to go defensive, is going to keep Salamao from Brazil at bay, and of course that will keep everyone else slowing down. Van Rooyen, who's there, of course, De Droge, Kowalczyk, who's able to close back in. Mariano Lopez, we didn't speak much about him, of course. He's up now 15 positions. He's inside the top 10 for Peru. What a drive. He has got the Peruvian gold medal gesture from last time out in 2022 under him. But there, down the inside, Salamao from Brazil gets up into P4, gets past Kraling, as out is Australia. And Riley Harrison, I think, has had a moment with Portugal's Martin Menendez. Unfortunately, I think they've come together out on track, and both of them are tumbling down the order. But back on this one, the fight's not over. Zulfikari and Bosco Arias, a line astern here. Change for second place. Not quite yet on this final lap.
Oh, really good on the brakes there was Zulfikari for holding on to this silver medal position. George Edgar, 7th on the grid. He's built through the course of the weekend so far. He checks over his shoulder coming out of turn number 6. The gap is still holding at just under a second. Arias is desperate to repeat the silver medal that Spain got in the endurance yesterday. Turkey trying to take their first medal here at the Aspar circuit of the weekend. Are they closing in on George Edgar? George Edgar finding the pace, finding the grip. 3-4 corners to go. What a win this is going to be for George Edgar, continuing the success of United Kingdom drivers in 2024 in karting. George Edgar wins gold. Gold for the United Kingdom. What a drive. He wins by a second. Iskender Zulfikari takes silver for Turkey, and Bosco Arias repeats the performance he put in Valencia to kick off his European Championship campaign. This time, though, for his nation, for the host nation, it's a bronze medal.
Another fantastic race done. Not just the karting minis are super impressive, but also the karting juniors have shown what they can do here on these tracks. Absolutely impressive, I must say. I stan. Other than that, I can't describe it. I think it's a great idea to have a look at some highlights of GT Sprint with our commentator, David Addison.
The final race activity of the FIA Motorsport Games for 2024 was GT Sprint. Fastest in qualifying, the car underweight put Team Turkey's Ayhan Şengüven to the back of the grid, but he was 5th by the time they got to the first corner. And there it was side by side between Germany and Spain. Finn Wiebelhaus and Daniel Juncadella going toe-to-toe. Germany coming out on top. Turkey, though, on a mission. It was hard work getting past a very wide Malaysia Lamborghini, but Jasmine Jafar eventually had to cede the place. Coming out of turn 12, Turkey made the move. Guven was through. The next target for Turkey, United Kingdom. And down at turn 11, through on the inside line went the Porsche. And that corner was going to be important much later in the race, after a safety car because of Chinese Taipei going off at high speed at turn 1. That enabled Juncadella for Spain to catch Germany, Turkey to catch both Spain and Germany. And it was a three-way shootout when we went green once more. Wasn't long, though, before Turkey bagged second place, diving through on the inside, coming through turn 8 with a great move. And then, late in the race, the lead at turn 11. He teed up for that for many a lap. Having got ahead, Turkey wasn't quite out of the woods. Bang, a tap in the tail from Germany, but that just pushed the Porsche on, and it was a delighted team that started to celebrate in the garage. The checkered flag at the ready and a first gold medal of the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games to Turkey, and Ayhan Şengüven, that gold medal winner, ahead of Germany and Spain. GT Sprint delivering great action. GT Sprint delivering a gold medal for Turkey, thanks to Ayhan Şengüven.
Little bit smoky around me. That is from the drifting, but on the left hand side you'll see some rally cars, and I think it is time to go back to some rallying for the super stage final. I'm getting all mixed up. Let's go to the rally.
Historic rally action is ready to get underway here as the medal stage, the top 3 in the classification at the end of 14 special stages, go head-to-head. Forget what's happened before, forget cumulative times. It's just a shootout between Ben Mellers nearest to you in the Toyota, Antonio Sainz in the middle in the Porsche, and Andrea Zivian in the Audi Quattro. Ben Constanduras, David Addison alongside one another, looking forward to what promises to be quite dramatic and something, Ben, a little bit different.
It is. It's a format that is cross between rally and rally cross, I suppose, or the super special stage of stadium and race of champions, because here we have 3 cars. They're going to cover exactly the same distance, 12.4 kilometers in length, but they're going to do different routes to that distance because we have created 3 different laps, variant A, B, and C on this track. And Ben Mellers will do A, then B, then C. He's on the outside, and he will appear to lead most of the first lap because his first lap is quite a bit shorter than the other 2. The Quattro of Zippo, he's on the far inside, so he's going to take variant C first, and he will appear to be at the back. But then he will do the slightly shorter routes afterwards and appear closer to the front. And the only time, and the final time that we see them coming through what would usually be the first corner here, but will be our last corner, that will then give us a clue as to who's fast and who's slow. But only when they get to that point, because they'll be on different variants up until that point.
The 3 cars. Oh, absolutely. I was with you all the way from the moment you open your mouth. The lane is the lane chosen by the fastest driver. He can choose which lane he wants to go in, and there you've got the 3 lined up, ready for blast-off. In a way, it's a little bit perhaps unfair this on Ben Mellers because he doesn't have as much grunt in the Toyota. So you might have a car that's been really good on twisty stages, but here, what did you say, 12 kilometres or so? It's going to be a lot of horsepower, and that perhaps is where the Audi comes into play.
Let's see. It's drizzling out there. There's certainly not the grip that would have been offered for the GT cars a little bit earlier on, and that rain is expected to intensify. We are going racing in just 10 seconds' time. Listen to those engines.
It is blast off, and the traction of the Quattro inevitably propels Andrea Zivian away like a stab rat, and so he will make the run now to a sharp right. Antonio Sainz in the Porsche goes on the conventional circuit, albeit in the opposite direction, and Ben Mellers is already on his way up towards turn 6. So they'll each do a lane, each do a lap. So effectively, it is a 3-lap race, and this is where, although you might think you know what the circuit looks like, it's amazing how much extra you can use for a rally stage.
Yeah, Zippo's on a bit of circuit that is quite fiddly, but we rarely see it used in any kind of international motorsport. I think they used it once in Formula E testing. They are using the majority of the racetrack, but zigging-zag back onto it, and then in the access roads behind the barriers. Hopefully they're not on the same bit of track at the same time. That's the idea of the way we've designed this track, that they're actually quite far out. Obviously contact is not allowed between each other, but also contact is not allowed with any of the cones. They get a 10-second infringement if they touch any of the furniture, I think. No, module was the word they used.
Module, that's right, yes. Yeah. Pretend that they are trees or marshals. Do not touch. There you can see the markers there, just to narrow the corner, tighten the corner, so you don't have quite perhaps the same freedom around the circuit as you would if it were a pure racetrack. This is Ben Mellers then in the Toyota, the Celica, that is not a period rally car, it's a period car made into a rally car, carrying the Toyota livery, and of course for this event the United Kingdom flag as well. He's part of Team UK, and he uses the handbrake to flick the car out of the access point at turn 1, now up the pit straight.
So this is where they will blend on lap 3 together, but here is the distance. We know that Ben Mellers is on a much shorter lap, and in fact it's a lot shorter. Here comes comes Antonio Sainz, brother of Carlos Sainz Sr., and he is on the racetrack, but he's a long way behind Ben Mellers. He's got to go to the right of this cone to stay on the racetrack, but that shows how much shorter the first lap is, variant A to variant B and C. We maybe should note those down. It might help us have some idea of what's going to be going on. Behind them further will be the Audi Quattro. Yeah. But that's because he's covered the most ground in this first lap. Where is the Audi Quattro, actually? There he is. He is still moving.
In the background, yeah. So there is Ben Mellers coming through the next of the chicanes, and he just glanced off that tyre stack. Now, is that a penalty? He didn't really move it very much. There is the Audi. Andrea Zivian, or Zippo, as he prefers to be called, comes then up towards the end of a lap, in quotes. Now, you've got Ben Mellers doing the same lap that Antonio Sainz had to do last time. So he's making his way down to turn 11, but in the opposite direction. For him, this is his second lap. Wipers on for Antonio Sainz in the Porsche. He was incredibly circumspect around here yesterday evening at the end of day 2 of the competition. He's a bit more cautious through the tyres there. I would offer you this is going to be a battle between the Audi and the Toyota.
It sounded to me as though Zippo had to drop down a gear there, was expecting to be able to carry more speed through that corner than he was actually able to do. He's going to have the short lap next time round, so expect him to catch up to Ben Mellers on this time. And looking out of my window, I can confirm he is now on variant A of the lap. Mellers still at the head of the field, but now doing a longer lap.
Yeah, in terms of the splits, if you like, at the end of the first lap, Ben Mellers the quicker, but of course that was the shorter lap. So at the end of the next lap, we'll start to see perhaps a truer sense, and then most definitely when they all converge at the end of lap 3, we'll start to see. And it is first past the post, this, never mind what went on those previous stages. This is it for the medals. We've got a result 4th and down, but for the top 3, it will all play out at the end of this stage, on this stage alone, the medal stage.
Look at the dent that brush against the tyre stack has caused to the left door of Ben Mellers' Celica. We saw that with Chinese Taipei's Rally 4 car yesterday. Yeah. There might be a glancing blow, but it does do quite a lot of damage. And I'm guessing that race control aren't going to actually tell us about penalties and movements of modules because it's actually clerk of the course and race control is in a completely separate building to the circuit race control.
So there is Ben Mellers as he accelerates with Alex Lee, the co-driver, left-hand drive Toyota, and he comes up towards the pit straight tyre chicane. And in the background, you'll be able to see the next car bleed back in from lane A. And it's the Quattro, there it is, which had a bit of a fight to get through there. It's still a big car, actually, the Audi. Of course, this takes you back to the early 1980s, the historic rally category for cars of the 70s and 80s. And Ben Mellers then has gone through that chicane.
I don't know whether this rain that's intensifying out there is helping that Audi Quattro whatsoever. In theory, Quattro traction, it should, but it does seem as though Zippo is not really able to attack as much as we've seen in the last couple of days, as much as we've seen on the gravel and tarmac of the stages of the last 2 days. They really have loved this mix of different disciplines. Nice and wide, though, to round off this corner.
Brilliant, isn't it? Way out wide over the curve. Never mind track limits. That's going up through turn 13 the wrong way. The drone is busy here following Ben Mellers. Now, he is on to
this is the longest
variation
lap.
C.
Yeah, much longer.
Yeah, so this is where much of that lead, in quotes, is going to disappear. And it's only really at the end of this lap that we'll start to see the relative gaps and, indeed, who in real terms is ahead.
I'm surprised at how tidy they're all having to be. That's where the blend would have been for the Toyota, and the Toyota is, I think, already behind here. So the Audi is ahead. Most of the rest of the circuit now is the same for variant B and C. It, in fact, is all the same. So that's a real gap between Zippo and between Mellers. Italy, I think, therefore, lead the UK.
I would be tempted to go along with that, and that takes me back to what I was saying early on, that I think this is about grunts, this stage, and the Audi has got more with that 2-litre turbo engine than the Toyota has, the normally aspirated Celica, which barked its way out of that next chicane, chasing on behind, but the Porsche, in contrast to Antonio Sainz, still looks rather sedate in contrast. There's not really a vast amount of energy, it feels, coming out of the Porsche, but there is from the Toyota, and Ben Mellers is still flying as he goes now onto the perimeter road, chasing after the Audi, which we know is a big car to get through these little tight gaps.
Joe Osborne today would have talked about energy in these mixed conditions, helping create grip, helping the car to warm up effectively, and that's what you need. You can't tiptoe around in greasy conditions because it just continues to feel greasy. You need to attack, you need to scrub and generate that grip to give you the confidence, and unfortunately Antonio Sainz has kind of looked a bit like that for most of the weekend. That was a big twitch.
That was from the Andrea Zivian Audi. He's going for another gold. He's already won gold medals out of the tarmac and gravel isolated competitions. There should be another one, I reckon, on the cards here as he makes the run towards the end of the stage then. The Audi Quattro, which has been the dominant car in historic rally over the course of the weekend, is on its way with a comfortable margin, I would say, to win the stage. In the background is the Toyota. It's going to be gold for Italy. It's going to be silver for United Kingdom. As up towards the line comes Andrea Zivian. He will go through the flying finish on target for the victory. And then for silver, it is going to be Ben Mellers there with Antonio Sainz set for bronze. So it is a stage time of 7 minutes 36 for Andrea Zivian. For Ben Mellers, who comes through for silver, 14 seconds the margin. And here for bronze is Spain. So Andrea Zivian has had a really good weekend. As I say, he's won medals already, Friday evening, Saturday evening. Now third gold. Yeah,
3 golds. I think we might see the same in Rally 4. Have we got a car off? Oh no, it's a tyre stack behind a tree. Just out my window I can see Marshall's dealing with something, but it is just a rubbed tyre stack. Of course, we also don't know. There is Zippo, third celebration of the like. We don't know about penalties and rubs.
Although the only person that we really saw rubbing anything was Ben Mellers. That's not to say that he was the only one, but there is the Toyota. So a silver medal, and in fairness, Andrea Zivian has been the regular stage winner. You could argue that it's sort of fitting that he was the gold medalist, but we'll confirm that result in a moment. The 3 nations then, the 3 cars, Alex Lee, the co-driver, explaining now where they need to go. But already the celebrations are underway for Andrea Zivian and Nicola Arena, a third gold medal of the weekend, the third gold of the games. So this, the result confirmation: Italy taking gold, United Kingdom silver, and Spain takes bronze in the combined historic rally. You can enter tarmac or gravel or both, and this, if you like, is the both. So Italy, United Kingdom and Spain. Antonio Sainz there brings the Porsche through to the end of SS15. Of course, they've had no mileage today, have they? They've suddenly they have to turn it on. You know, they had a very nice, relaxed day. The same for the officials that are in the same building as us. You know, they've arrived and it's all been quite relaxed. But for the drivers, suddenly, boom, you've got to turn it on.
Yeah, they did have a 2-hour service. So Parc Fermé opened at 2 o'clock. So they were able to do a few things to the car if they wanted to. But they were on tarmac yesterday. So, yeah, why not? Cars go into Parc Fermé now, and hopefully that will give us an opportunity to finally speak to Zippo. I wanted to go and interview him after his gold medals of the last 2 days. Very keen to go for dinner. And so I haven't been able to see him, unfortunately. But he's a great character, and obviously a gold medal in 2022 in the French edition, which had a similar format, but just a tarmac day.
Yeah, so 3 golds this time, 1 in 2022. It's been a really good weekend for the Italian driver, Andrea Zivian. So this is how historic rally medals were decided. The top 3 after 14 special stages, all going head-to-head on 3 different laps, 3 different configurations around the Ricardo Tormo circuit outside Valencia. And with all the grunts of the turbocharged Audi Quattro engine, Andrea Zivian for Italy was going to have the advantage over the spectacular Ben Mellers, the United Kingdom driver in the Toyota, brushing the tyres as he wriggled through the chicane. He tried hard, he was on for silver. Antonio Sainz, like last night, was a little bit circumspect in his gorgeous looking and sounding Porsche 911, but there was no stopping Italy. Andrea Zivian had taken gold in historic rally gravel, historic rally tarmac, and now in historic rally. For Andrea Zivian, gold medalist in 22, it was a 3rd gold in 2024. So we're ready now for Rally 4, where your 3 drivers are for Brazil, Luis Stedilla, for Germany, Tom Casa, and for Spain, Sergi Perez. And a Spanish win might well be doable here. We shall see, because Sergi Perez, Ben, has looked really strong over the course of the weekend. Before, however, we talk Rally 4, let's wrap up historic. Antonia Rankin is down in the service area. She's found Andrea Zivian, the gold medal winner.
Nicholas, we've just got the GBR car coming through here. We'll be very careful. Congratulations. What a brilliant weekend for you guys. It's not been easy, though.
No, it's very not easy, because 3 races in 3 days is not simple for us, but we are very, very happy, because after 22 we are winning 3 gold medals in 3 days, so it's an amazing weekend for me. So I want to say thanks to all my guys that helped me for the car, all my fans, all my support, all my family, and also my wife. It's a very beautiful wife. I love you.
We are very happy. It's been we had a trouble the first day, and despite the win, and to finish in this way and bring home 3 medals, it's great joy, and well, it's been a great event, and
So very well deserved. Congratulations, guys.
Ricardo Arena, the co-driver, will take some of the credit for that, for guiding his man through the stages. So yes, he was the historic rally winner in 2022, when again it was a shootout like this at the end of the event. But this year, more competitions with medals up for grabs for, as we've been saying over the course of the weekend, historic Rally 2 and Rally 4, gravel and tarmac, and this combined. And also, we've been talking about the fact that there's been a rain in the air, so with more power and more grip, perhaps that was always going to be a shoe-in for Andrea Zivian. Right then, so we go from Rally Historic to Rally 4 next. So modern cars, contemporary cars, but the smaller engines brigade, and we'll see how they fare over the next, 12 minutes or so of the stage for them.
And front-wheel drive, crucially, in
yeah.
greasy surface. That's not going to be a lot of fun trying to get them to rotate. There'll be a lot of trying to lean on the front tyres, get the rear tyres to almost like a shopping trolley steer from the back end, because if you ask too much of the fronts, they're just not going to stick. That's the problem. Beautiful historic cars. The grid has been absolutely brilliant. The entry, lovely on both gravel and tarmac, and it's always a pleasure to hear and see historic races. And more, I think they've just announced that you can have a historic car up to 2,000 in historic events. So maybe next time we do the motorsport games, you'll have the likes of Richard Burns and Colin McRae's car.
It makes you feel old, though, when you think about cars of 24 years ago now being eligible for historics. Right, let's go to Rally 4 next. It's been an interesting few days for the Rally 4 crews. What's been happening? Well, let's have a quick catch-up, shall we? Here's Ben to tell you the full story.
Rally 4 saw a plethora of new drivers enter for a day on the asphalt. Drama already in stage 1. In the overall battle, it was just a 2-car contest between Spain and this guy, Martin Koci for Slovakia. Stage 1 of the day, though, 10 kilometres in. Was back. After sitting out yesterday with a technical issue, the Turk lit up the timing screens. Second in stage 8 and 9, he won stage 11, but then on stage 13 redesigned his Peugeot through an orangery. He lost 45 seconds doing this and set up a great showdown for the tarmac honours back at the circuit. That showdown was with the tarmac-only entry of René Nola from Germany, who had matched Turkey on some of the stages, but on the others slipped down to 5th. The scars were still showing on Team Netherlands' Opel after a roll-on shakedown, but Naad Ippen didn't let it slow him down at all. He placed between 2nd and 4th all day long and joined this special stage showdown for the final tarmac medals. The story got even more exciting when, on the last stage of the loop, actual third position Greece, who had been strong in third all day long, crashed out. This blocked the stage, red flagged the stage, neutralising the fight. Qualifying for the medal race, Brazilian crew Luis Eduardo Steidl and Germany's Tom Kasser, who had to cope with a stone in his brake caliper, making it sometimes hard to stop. At the head of the overall, Sergio Perez. Uncontested, local knowledge, Luis Moya in a helicopter hovering over him. The young 20-year-old had all the comfort he needed to take most of the stage wins and a second gold.
So is there another gold medal coming up for Spain? They are the medal table leader at the minute. 6 golds, 4 silvers, 6 bronze. Well, they're going to get a medal come what may, aren't they? The worst it can be is a 7th bronze, but it could be a 7th gold. And Spain, perhaps appropriately on home soil and tarmac for rallying, have been a really successful nation, a dominant nation in some categories, and they've really embraced the whole concept of the motorsport games.
Entering every single category. They even had an entry into the Rally All-Stars category, which was an initial concept to attract some of the very best rally drivers in the world, but was canned a few weeks ago. I saw their entry, who's ERC rally star Javier, in catering today. So he's still here with his co-driver Sarah Fernandez, watching on and supporting the Spanish entries. They had 2 in gravel, Jose Suarez taking the victory in gravel, and second fastest was Alejandro Cochon. He comes up later in Rally 2, and Sergi Perez in Rally 4. They took a medal in silver in France, but it wasn't one of these 2 drivers. They're new, but they're not new to these roads. There is a tarmac rally that's run out of Valencia every year, and the tarmac stages we used yesterday were the same. So Sergio Perez had a bit of local knowledge. The gaps between these 3 cars were 9 minutes to Brazil and 13 minutes to Tom Kasser. But Kasser had some issues. He had a stone in his brake caliper, which stopped him from braking at all at some points, on the bar, on the handbrake, stopping the car. And so I'm expecting to see Germany do quite well here up against Spain. In terms of what we've seen over the last 2 days, that would make sense.
Now, unlike historics, where you had all different technology, different engine sizes, Rally 4 and Rally 2 run to a rule set. So, in theory, these cars and what we'll have from Rally 2 will be much more evenly matched.
They are the same car, yep. Peugeot 208. So you've got lots of different options in Rally 4, but for some reason, in this particular event, they've all ended up in the same car. So the regulation set says that you have to have 5 kilos per horsepower. So the weight of the car is X, and then it doesn't matter what engine you've got inside the car, and there's a big variety between Ford, Opel and Peugeot, but this looks like a one-make race that you'd see perhaps in France or Germany.
So they're all lined up good to go. Germany, Brazil, Spain are your 3 drivers. So with the wipers on for the cars, they're good to go. Nearest to you is the variation C, middle is B, and we've got A for Germany as we blast away, and a good getaway by Brazil. Luis Steadily able to really nail that, got the bite. So the short lap is going to be taken by Spain, heading up towards turn 6, and you can see the others now taking their sort of medium and long laps accordingly.
Yeah, so Germany's going to be on the, by looks of what we're going to see at the end of the first lap, on the back foot. Lots of fiddly corners to do on this part of the circuit that's not so strong. Rear loss of traction. They've been sitting at that line for such a long time, and those rear tyres don't do anything at all, really, other than keep the rear bumper off the ground. In fact, look, that inside rear wheel not doing anything at all at that point. Hairpin on the bar.
Whoa, time lost.
Luis Eduardo Steidl absolutely throwing everything at it here. He's had a lovely weekend, really enjoyed the gravel element on Friday. Less so yesterday in tarmac, but he is really giving it some go. Sergio Perez completely sideways. Do you remember I said you don't want to ask the front wheels to do much here? They're not. They're hand braking into some of these corners to get the rotation and then driving out of them.
So Perez, who was last year's Peugeot Cup Iberica champion. There you've got Tom Kasser, the young German, who is this year's German 2-wheel drive champion. And Perez then looking good as the Spanish driver now heads towards the perimeter road around the back of the circuit. Also, don't ignore in all of this the Brazilian Luis Steadily, because he's won this year's Uruguayan championship. So you've got some very good successful, very competitive drivers and going toe-to-toe in equal machinery.
Yeah, and they've loved the fact that they're driving in unfamiliar territory. You know, so many of these Rally 4 drivers have only ever competed in their home country. Okay, Sergi Perez is in his own country, but for Luis, for Brazil, Ecuador and Brazil, but never in Europe.
So we'll see what it transpires to look like at the end of not lap 1, not lap 2, but lap 3. So from the short lap, Spain goes through. So 1 minute 53 for the first lap, if you like, around variant A. So this is Brazil accelerating up towards the line. Spain's already onto the second lap, in quotes, and using the curb and using as much real estate as possible to try to get as much room and keep up the momentum. Through that chicane comes Brazil. This is Luis Stedile up towards the next of the chicanes, pressing on as best he can.
The gap was some 20-odd seconds between those two in historics. It's a bit longer, a bit further out between Perez and Stedile, with Tom Casa yet to break the beam. He's on the longest lap, though, so that is not unexpected. Perez has gone for the short lap first, and so now he's going to be losing that advantage throughout the rest of this race.
Yeah, he's on the medium lap, I think, now. Long lap done then by Germany, so for him, he's now going to get nearer to the others. It might feel like a long gap now, but from here on in, the laps, or the sections of the stage, we should probably say, the splits of the stage are going to be shorter. So here is Spain coming out of the chicane. That brings him up now towards turn 8 on the circuit. So you sort of lose your bearings a little bit here, but this is now a climb uphill round the top of the track, and then he'll flick off the road again where the cones dictate.
And don't forget that they still do have their co-drivers next door. Even if they're on a racetrack, their co-drivers will be calling these notes as though it is a stage. They will completely forget about the Valencia circuit that we've seen being used by the GT cars and the F4 and the TCRs today. They will see this as a 12-kilometre stage with notes. A little bit understeery there from Brazil.
Yeah, who's lost a fraction of time elsewhere on this, so it's going to be really intriguing to see how they all pan out. There's a little bit of opposite lock needing to be corrected. Luis Stedile, wipers working overtime, understeering his way out. We said yesterday on the tarmac how with these relatively small engines, underpowered cars, it is so important to keep up the momentum. You can't afford to throw away time, throw away momentum, throw away speed.
Perez has really got the rear end of that car rotating. It's working well for him. He's not having to put too much extra lock into the front tyres, extra energy. In fact, every time he turns in, it seems as though the rear wants to step out. So it's very, very oversteery, his Peugeot 208. He's done a longer lap now. Where is Tom Casa? Casa will be on the shortest lap this time, won't he? So the German should be catching up.
So here is Perez then, up to the end of the second split, if you like. So he did the short lap, he's now done the medium, then he'll go long. And the Spanish car comes through. So as he effectively does the end of that second split and goes into the chicane, his time to that point is 4 minutes 34. And we'll see the time of the next car through, because of course your lap becomes a little shorter each time if you did long first time through. Here is Germany. So this is Tom Casa heading up towards the end of the second split, and already in the third section of the stage, if you like, is Spain. So now it's 24 seconds between Spain and Germany, but Germany here on the shortest lap is going to buy back a massive chunk of time now because Spain is on the longest lap.
Yeah, we said the difference between the shortest and the longest was something like 27 seconds on that first lap. Gap between Perez and Casa, 24, but Casa needs to do the medium lap, right?
Yes. And a cone has been whacked, I think, by Brazil, I understand. So there might be a penalty looming for Stedile as he comes through. This is Brazil, who goes by, and he's a minute back, but he will have a shorter lap, and he's fighting that car. It's not looking a comfortable drive for Brazil right now. This is looking like it's going to be Spain versus Germany. And Tom Casa, having done the short lane last time, there he is. And he's ahead, is he not? So this now, as they come towards the end of lane 3, is absolutely together. Germany ahead of Spain. Now, all of a sudden, forget rally terminology, go to race, because Germany is ahead. This is the run up to the end of the stage. They're in lane 3 now, effectively, and it's their third lane for both of them. And Germany is ahead as they come up towards the end.
And the track is exactly the same for all three, apart from one, has to go into the long lap at the end. So who's on variant A right now? It will be...
Steadily, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I think so. So Brazil's going to drop further back, but these two are on exactly the same track until the end of the race here. So Sergi Perez, to get a gold, has to overtake Tom Kassa. This is not really what they expected to happen in this format of racing, but it is really very close. Oh, Brazil making a mistake.
Exactly. Again, we've seen Steadily lose time there in the past as he tries to throw in. He's wide into the gravel, but Tom Kassa with loads of understeer just keeps it out of the gravel here, being chased by Sergi Perez. In a way, it seems unfair. You do all of that hard work over 14 stages to get ahead in the rally, but then you come here and it comes down to a different type of competition. But Tom Kassa, then, the German two-wheel drive champion, is going to be ahead seemingly when it counts. This is looking really good.
It's a very different situation for these guys, and they've had the last 2 days. They're not expecting to see another car in their mirrors. If they do on a rally stage, you're supposed to pull over and let the other guy past. Here he's being chased down. That would have been pressure for Tom Kassa, but it looks as though Germany here are going to steal away glory from Sergi Perez. He's had 2 gold medals, has Sergi Perez, in the 2 individual disciplines. He had a 12-minute advantage over Kassa, but it's Kassa who takes gold in Rally 4.
Germany taking gold then, thanks to Tom Kassa, and that's a 3rd gold of the games for Germany. For Spain, it is silver, a 5th silver. They're still atop the medal table, and it is going to be bronze for Brazil, a 2nd bronze of the competition here for Luis Steadily, and that was a bit more like it. You could see how it was meant to pan out with the cars together at the very end, but you know, in a sense, there's still a lot of the lap left, a lot of the lane left when the 3 blend back in. So for 2/3 of this, you've got to think about rallying, and then for the last bit, there is an element of racecraft involved.
Yeah, that was mad. I wasn't really expecting to see them that close, to be honest. And I'm not sure Tom Kassa is going to be particularly expecting that result. It's been a tough weekend for him. The gap was large, as I said, between himself and Sergi Perez, and he was fretting quite a lot, especially with the loss of brakes yesterday and having to slow the car down on the handbrake. Of course, after every stage, they get out of their cars, they take off their balaclavas and their helmets. They then have to drive a road section between one stage to the next. Then they get back ready again. The road section is usually about half an hour on this rally. Then they get back into rally mode, and then they do their 12-kilometer stage, about 8 minutes, and then they do the same thing. Do that 6 times a day. You can imagine how it can be stressful, and Tom has been dealing with it with a few cigarettes.
The rally driver's demon tweak. So this is the provisional result of the Rally 4 medal stage, the super special stage for the medals. Goes the way of Germany, from Spain, from Brazil. Tom Kassa, the driver for Germany, Sergi Perez doing driving duties for Spain, and Luis Steadily for Brazil. So bronze Brazil, silver Spain, gold for Germany. And it was 1 second, the margin at the end of the competition between Germany and Spain. So 15 special stages for the drivers that are entered into the overall event. And it comes down to a battle and just 1 second between them. Right, so bravo, Tom Kassa. There'll be a celebratory cigarette maybe for him. And a really good drive by the German driver to take honours for Germany in Rally 4. He takes that coveted gold medal, the last gold medal for Rally 4. The medals for Rally 4 came down to a shootout between the fastest 3 drivers over the course of the event. It was Brazil, Spain and Germany going head-to-head. And Brazil lost a little bit of time early on with Luis Steadily being a bit zealous on the handbrake and the back of the car wagging rather than turning through the corner. He tried to regroup and also barged Cone out of the way. That didn't go down well with the officials. Lots of opposite lock needed for Spain as Sergi Perez, who had been the dominant man in Rally 4, hustled on for a gold. But in the end of the result, it was Germany slightly quicker. Tom Kassa had looked really good over the course of the Super Special and was just able to make his way up towards the end of his 3rd lane ahead of Spain. It almost came down to a shootout race between Germany and Spain, but Sergi Perez was never quite able to get close enough to make a move against Germany coming into that last chicane. So Tom Kassa took gold for Germany, and it was silver for Spain and bronze for Brazil. So then, Rally 4, Rally Historic done. And next, Ben, we get to the fastest cars within the Rally competition. Rally 2, and the man to beat here over the course of the weekend has been Alejandro Cajon. The Spanish driver has looked mighty.
Yes, looked mighty out on the stages, looked mighty on gravel and on tarmac, but his main challenger, Ali Turkan, has had an adventurous couple of days. He's had a trip to a ditch. He's had a couple of overshoots as well. So the results, as we've just seen, are not guaranteed until we get through a medal race. And Sergio Perez, I'm sure, will be slightly disappointed on losing out gold on that last exploration. It was close, wasn't it? It was very, very close. And I think Tom Kasser actually will be quite surprised as where he's ended up. We're going to have all the podium ceremonies at the end of these 3 races. And actually, we're going to have 9 podium ceremonies because we're going to also award the podiums for the last 2 days. The gravel and tarmac podiums have not actually been done yet. Would be surprised if some of the drivers have stayed around to do those podiums because a lot of the cars left and disappeared last night. If you were a gravel specialist, you took part on Friday, you wouldn't have taken part on Saturday and therefore potentially would have gone home. I know some of the cars even turned into cars run by different countries on the second day.
Yeah, that's quite impressive, isn't it, to do a car for one nation for gravel, one for a different nation for tarmac for 2 different countries, and thank heavens that the car wasn't damaged on the first part of the competition. Anyway, we're looking down onto what still feels like a sort of greasy, dampish circuit, doesn't it, here at Valencia, the circuit Ricardo Tormo. And the face of Valentino Rossi smiles out at you from the restaurant building in which we are based on the top floor, as also is the rally clerk of the course and the timekeeping service and the secretariat, and they are eagerly getting forward now the cars for Rally 2. Any markers that have been moved are put back into place, and the pit straight looking oh so different from how it's been for the bulk of the day with those chicanes put in place. Actually, fair credit to the circuit staff here, because in the space of about 10 minutes they've put all of that in. And there's quite a lot of furniture on the circuit, but it didn't take long to do.
I think potentially this is a layout used in this local rally. They base at the circuit, they use the paddock facilities, and for sure they'll do a circuit stage. So I guess they have some experience in laying it all out. And it's a bit different to what we had in Paul Ricard, if you remember. The Ricard one kept the field much closer, that the little diversions they did were a lot littler. It's not really a word. Smaller, thank you. To these are kind of, lane A is probably doing 3 or 4 kilometres less, or 2 kilometres less than lane B on that first lap of the circuit, if you think about it in conventional laps of the circuit format. But if you think about it in rally terms, it is lots of corners and a lot of them quite similar, but actually it's a route of 12.
So Rally 2 is going to round out the action on the circuit here. And the cars are making their way up towards the track and head round to the stage start. So let's just catch up on what's happened over the course of the weekend in Rally 2. Ben's got the story.
First into the stage, Alejandro Cajon, leader after the first gravel day. He knows these tarmac roads and has the team and confidence and great support from Team España. The first stage of the loop in the early morning was by far the most challenging. No gravel crews to tell drivers the difference between the morning and the recce on Wednesday, and there was a big difference. A big rainstorm had covered parts of the road with mud, and there was little warning. Ali Turkan came into day 2 happy after minor skirmishes on gravel and looked forward to a day with more grip. Parts of the stage, though, lacked grip. Remarkably, little harm done by this and only 17 seconds lost. Germany sat on the edge of medal honours overall, but was only able to compete one stage before retirement. This left Team United Kingdom in fourth. Hopeful of a recovery after mechanical woes on Friday afternoon, Ollie Mellers completed the morning loop, but retired after the first stage of the afternoon. Medals today are also on offer for those specialising in tarmac only, and an unlikely name finished third on the first of the day stages. Sandro Tavard-Kilda, maybe a 10-time circuit champion in Georgia, but has never raced four-wheel drive or participated in a rally. Eventually he was overcome by Danish champion Kenneth Madsen, who spent the morning on terms with the silver in Rally 2 tarmac, but as the day went on, he had to settle for bronze. Third overall, and a spot in the medal stage was assured to Team Mexico, who also had a strong day matching Team Turkey's pace, but unfortunately yesterday's puncture deficit carried over to today. Despite his adventures, Turkan for Turkey would pick up his second silver medal of the Games and a spot in the medal stage on Sunday. Well, Cajon, 2-minute advantage overall, gets wiped out for tomorrow's medal stage, but at least he could celebrate his first gold in tarmac to join Suarez's yesterday for Team España.
So it was gold in the tarmac rally and in the gravel rally for Spain. So now Spain, Turkey, Mexico. We've had a gold in circuit racing today for Turkey. We've had a gold in circuit racing today for Spain. One was in GT, one was in F4. I can't offer you one for Mexico. I can offer you Argentina, which is in the same sort of region, but that's about as helpful as I can be.
I mean, it's the same continent, David, but
precisely.
Not particularly close.
Well, there are levels of close, but I don't think Mexico has yet had a medal.
Yeah, so it's guaranteed first medal for Mexico.
It's going to be a guaranteed bronze at the very worst, isn't it? At the very least. So Alejandro Amaro in the Mexican entry. Drivers are good to go. Who's your money on?
I don't know. Ali Turkan's wild. As we've seen from the VT, he's had a few adventures.
Yeah.
And I think we could see some fireworks from him. Cajon, there's Nicholas Klinger, who's been in charge of organising all of this from the FIA. And
he's happy, I think, with everybody being where they are on the circuit, ready to go.
It's quite a feat for the FIA delegates to be putting together all these things. Well done, of course, to the local ASN of Spain, who had to build a gravel rally one day and then a tarmac rally the next. Huge amounts of marshalling and taping to make sure that the junctions didn't interfere. We're going racing once again for the final time here in Valencia.
3, 2, 1. And it is blast off, and a great start by Mexico. The other two are a bit tardy away there, so that's going to help Mexico no end. Ali Turkan, Turkish rally champion. He has been a sim racing champion, but now he's got to go sort of rally racing, if there is such a thing. Mexico, though, will do the longest lap first up, and for Spain, they're going to do the shortest lap, the shortest lane first up. Right, Turkan, lots of fighting of the wheel, oversteer, understeer, bit of time lost, corrects it. They're tarmac cars, tarmac setup, but on a greasy surface now. It's a bit hazy out there, and you can see the wipers are still necessary.
And watch out for the paint,
really wet there, doesn't it?
Because they're having to cross the painted white lines.
Yeah.
And usually you tell a racing driver to stay well away from. They have to go on them, and so it's going to be quite tricky. They've actually also sat at the line for a good couple of minutes, so any temperature they've built up in the tyre or in the brakes has gone away. That's why Ali Turkan had that horrible little snap, and you definitely don't want to be anywhere near those curbs. It's a lot wetter here now than it was for Rally 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's heavy rain, it's just persistent drizzle as a sideways Mexico car flicks itself through the chicane. So Alejandro Amaro then is the man behind the wheel. There's a bit of understeer there as he fights the car. You can see by the side of it that you've got the driver from Mexico, but your co-driver can be from a different nationality. It's not that you have to be both from the same country, but the driver must, of course, be there to represent the nation. This is Turkan then in the very nicely prepared and presented Ford, but the short lap done for Spain. This is Cajon coming up towards the chicane.
In the Toyota Yaris that has only recently been released into the world of Rally 2. We've had it around a year now. And the latest generation technology of Rally 2. There's about 7 or 8 different manufacturers of vehicle you can have for Rally 2 regulations. It is the car used for the European Rally Championship. It's the spec used for the WRC2 category as well. Plenty of cars around, and so with us, we've got 2 Fords and a Toyota in this final.
So there is the Toyota, there's the Ford flicking its way sideways through that chicane. It is looking increasingly wet and slippery out there, isn't it? And of course, as the stage goes on, it's only going to get worse. This is Mexico. So the Skoda up towards the next of the hazards, if you like, the next of the chicanes. So at the moment, it is Spain on the first lane, 25 seconds up on Turkey at the end of the run on the first lane for each driver. See a bit of spray being generated there as Turkey touches the curbing. This, Mexico, up towards the end of the first lane for the Skoda. We're looking at the Toyota here, the GR Yaris, and then back to the Ford of Turkey. And now they're on their middle lane. Variant again for each of them.
Yeah, so Turkey's on the long lane now. So Mexico on the middle, Turkey on the long, and Mexico will now do the short, but they're obviously the last car on track because they've just done the longest lane. It, as we saw with Rally 4, will come and concertina up when we get to the end of the race. But at the moment, it's each for their own, long distance between the 3 different cars, and now, hopefully, a bit of grip in those Pirelli tyres.
So this is Mexico we're looking at that has done the long lap and got that out of the way. It must be quite a nice feeling for a driver in a sense when you're getting closer again to the cars.
Yeah, exactly.
That first lap's a bit demoralising, but at the end of lap 2 or lane 2 and at the end of lane 3, you're right back with the opposition. It gives you a proper sense of where you are in the event because like all rally stages, I guess, you're out on your own. You can only do what the co-driver tells you and go as quickly as you can with the conditions allowing. There's the Toyota. This is Spain. This is Cajon.
There used to be split times into the car, so you had an idea where you were in relation to other drivers, but that was outlawed about 10 years ago, and now it is a different philosophy to circuit racing. You don't have any idea. You're racing yourself and your comfort zone and how fast you can think you can go, but you don't really have any way of comparing yourself against anyone else. Here, maybe you do. Maybe you can just about see what they're doing. So a slightly different philosophy as Cajon comes through the penultimate corner of the lap. He will stay... Oh, no, he's on the final corner of the lap, or the first corner, and onto the main straight.
And he's about to start lane 3. So now, Cajon, whose advantage was just under 25 seconds over Ali Turkan, it should come down a little bit, given what the second lane for each driver represents. So as they go now through the next chicane, this is Mexico coming down towards the outside of turn 1 and into the tyre barrier goes Mexico. Alejandro Mauro headbutts the tyres, time lost, big cheer from the crowd, which is not what you want to hear ringing in your ears, and time wasted. I fear Mexico will be bronze at this rate.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, and I think that was as the form guide expected as well. That's unfortunately time lost. The gap between Cajon and Turkan not registered on the timing screens, unfortunately. Turkan
has dropped a long way back.
Has made a mistake, surely. He's way too far back to be able to catch up Spain. Spain are already in the long lap.
Yeah.
And he's barely finished that lap. So Turkan's had a mistake somewhere. I think he's had a spin.
Yeah, he goes through, and Turkan, that time, over 3 minutes. That says a problem somewhere, says a drama. So we'll try and hunt it out, but Ali Turkan somewhere seemingly has had a big moment and lost a massive amount of time. So suddenly, Mexico might be able to get silver.
Mexico's the short lap to go?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so they could, even if they've parked themselves on the barrier there. There was no movement in the module because the module was very hard. Even though they hit the tyre stack, there is a regulation to say that there's a 10-second penalty for moving a module. But if you hit a tyre stack that's solid, then I suppose that's okay.
But Turkan now is on the short lap for Turkey. So
he's ahead?
And he's ahead, I reckon, of Spain. So Ali Turkan must have done the short lap. So I think we're jumping ahead of ourselves a bit now. Ali Turkan for Turkey is having done that long lap, dropping back, but now he's got the short lap. So he started with the medium, then the long, then the short. Yes, okay. So he's now going to be ahead of Spain. Look, as there in the background is Cajon coming down the hill.
Who would have thought it?
Absolutely. So apologies to Turkey. It's going to be a possible second gold of the games, this, for Turkey, because Ali Turkan not only is ahead, but he's ahead by some margin.
He's had 2 silvers over the last 2 days in the individual categories. But as I said, I knew he was going to come out fighting. He was going to get his elbows out and be aggressive. And in these mixed conditions, it's exactly what you need to do. He's got that Ford Fiesta working well, and it's a healthy advantage too.
Absolutely right. So treating this as a circuit race lap rather than a rally stage in some respects. The lines are there. He's not power sliding it now. He's got to get through this final part successfully. Here, though, he will lose time because he has to go the longer route down towards the last corner. So look to the right. Spain will be fast approaching. Here they are, and Spain is going to just lose out. They're almost nose to tail up to the chicane. That is how this is meant to work. And Cajon thought about trying to go through, but he can't because there's the chicane in the way. He's quick, but he's not going to be able to get the bite off the final run, and it is going to be by the slenderest of margins. Gold for Turkey, silver for Spain, and the margin between the two of them was 0.261 of a second, and that's the perfect way to round out the FIA Motorsport Games, isn't it? With the last medals decided by 0.2 of a second.
Wow, that was unbelievable. Turkan having to take the shorter early part of the lap, but that longer late part of the lap. And in the end, almost lane choice came down to it. Cajon deciding to do that short lap early meant he was on the long lap, the long lap, the long lap. And had he been on a different lap, potentially track position, not something you ever think about in rallying, would have been different.
Well, a delighted Ali Turkan following the success from earlier on in the day of Ayhan Şengüven, who won gold in the GT sprint discipline. And that Turkey coming into this 5th in the medal table. So good effort for Turkey, which has been represented in not that many of the disciplines. GT, sprint, rally, yes, and esports and drifting.
But when they have entered a driver, it's always been a driver in the top end of their national championships. They haven't. They really have got. He's a Red Bull athlete. He's leading the Turkish championship at the moment in a car, a class below the car class that actually he's racing. And in Rally 4, they had an entry also. Turkan with a medal 2 years ago in France. A silver then, 2 silvers over the course of the weekend, and a gold.
Somewhere in all of this, there's a story about Turkish motorsport, because in the last few years, it really has been promoted onto an international platform, having been popular back home. Let's look at the results then, deciding the medals in Rally 2 at the FIA Motorsport Games. Bronze to Mexico, silver for Spain, and gold for Turkey. Bronze for Alejandro Mauro Sanchez, silver for Alejandro Cajon, and gold for Ali Turkan. So Ford from Toyota from Skoda, Turkey from Spain from Mexico, Turkan from Cajon from Sanchez, and it is gold medal time again for Turkey, and that's going to be a delighted Team Turkey. We saw the delight earlier on in the day from the pits when they won in circuit racing and now in rallying. Well, even more so. Well done to Turkey, well done to Ali Turkan. So that was rallying in a very different format, but deciding medals and rounding out the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. A great start in the Rally 2 medals shootout for Alejandro Mauro, put Mexico briefly ahead, but it was all about lane choice, and the first short lane was employed by Spain, and Alejandro Cajon, who'd been the dominant driver all weekend in Rally 2, looked as though he was on for another medal. It didn't look the same for Mexico after this drama, just rejoining the permanent circuit. But Ali Turkan was looking great. A slow lane on lane 2 rather confused the situation. It looked as though he'd hemorrhaged time, but when they all blended back together, he was just ahead, narrowly too. And 0.2 of a second was the margin as Turkey headed home Spain for gold and for silver in Rally 2. Silver for Spain, gold for Turkey, and Ali Turkan, the driver. So looking down onto The circuit where it almost breathes a sigh of relief. That was the Motorsport Games, thinks the circuit. Gosh, I've been busy this weekend, and so have all of the marshals, the legion of officials running all these different disciplines. Some specialising in rallying, some specialising in drifting, karting. We've got 3 different venues, if you like, here with the drift track, Electric Street for auto slalom and karting slalom and the race circuit. Then another venue in the middle of the city where esports has been happening over the weekend, and 2 more up at Aspar where the kart track and the Crosscar track has been in action as well. So much has been going on all around the Valencia area. A huge task, no wonder it's every 2 years, for the SRO Motorsports Group team, headed for Motorsport Games purposes by Anthony Comas, and it's been a massive production, and so many competitors, so many nations, and so much action and so many good stories over the course of the last 3 days. There, Ali Turkan's car being marshalled back into position. A happy man for sure, just being careful not to wipe the door off the Team España Toyota GR Yaris. Perfectly done, well done. The last task of the event executed, precision parking.
I imagine there's going to be a big smile on his face. He really has had to work pretty hard out on the stages.
So Ali Turkan then is indeed all smiles, and says to Nicolaus Klinger, yes, well done, what a great event you put together. And it may not have been a massive entry, but the commitment to win is certainly no less. And rallying has taken the sport to fans around the region, not just here at the circuit, and that's been another great positive of rallying. Antonio Rankin is there, and our driver, Ali Turkan.
Ali, freshly out of the car, what a fantastic moment for Team Turkey, another gold.
Yeah, amazing feeling. I'm sure it was going to be a very tough weekend because the Spanish guys are so fast and they know these stages so well, but the target was, even from the beginning, 2 silvers from stages and 1 here, gold medal. I don't know what to say. I was so excited at the beginning. It was raining, changing every time. I was judging the grip every corner, every single corner, and when I approaching the last corner, I was looking for Alejandro, and it's like, oh, it's very close. I'm like upshifting. Then we were cheering up. Then I saw red light flashing. Oh, I forgot to change the gear. So I'm very happy for my country, Turkey. We did an amazing job, I think. Only 2 half days of testing with this car, and we are here. Incredible. What you say?
Yeah, first of all, for all this event, with all the medals that we earned, I sent them to my mom. She passed away 2.5 weeks ago. It was so hard for me to come here, but I said, okay, if mom was here, that is what she would want me to do. Other than that, you know, we had a very fantastic day, weekend. I don't know what to say, you know. After the last chicane, I was like shouting in the car, yeah, it was okay, yeah, mom. It's great, it's great.
You did it, guys. Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
2 very happy driver and co-driver. So a fantastic way to end not just the rally action, but also to round out the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. We've had some hard luck stories, some great drives, some very happy people. But most importantly, the motorsport world has come together. That was the FIA Motorsport Games.
Absolutely one of my highlights of the weekend. That was spectacular action here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Now we're going to head back to the other side of Valencia, to the other circuit, to have a look at the Karting Sprint Senior final race.
Here at the Aspar circuit, into the tram lines, lights are out. We are racing, and it's a brilliant start for the inside road. Czechia have bogged down, and it's gone completely wrong for the team, and there's a huge pile up at turn number 1 and 2. Multiple drivers involved, but the front of the field has broken away, and Ruben Moya this time has not been able to break away as much as he would like, but he is still in the lead for Spain as they go through. Who's involved here? Japan is involved. Oh, that's a huge shame for Kota Tushiashi, who was going to be starting on that second row of the grid. Looks like Nigeria's involved. Mexico is involved as well. And Pip Casabin from Australia also out of the race.
What a shame for all those drivers. They'll get one attempt to get restarted. They've got to use the compression valve and push start. If their start isn't successful in getting the engine going, they will be out of this race. And to be honest, they're already out of contention. Yellow flags, waved yellow flags covering that local area through turns 1 and 2. And yeah, I think most of our drivers haven't been able to get going. So yes, Roy Bacco is out. Hoppenstead, Mexico out. Baker, Lebanon out. Herrera, Dominican Republic, and Casabin, Australia, all joined on the sidelines by one of the favourites for this race. Tsuchihashi, Japan, will not medal.
No, that is a huge shame. But eyes on this one here. Andorra's Alex Machado is there in the race lead. There is some of our drivers, unfortunately, there. Stephanie Baker out of this race, and Eddie Herrera for the Dominican Republic also walking away. I think they were in a separate incident a little later round at turn number 3 involved in this one. Right, Moya has run wide there out of the chicane, and now he's under pressure here. He's under pressure from Andorra. Do they go for the lead at turn 1? They try it, but they're not close enough, and that just loses them the speed out of the corner. Shilkunis is there. Guy Albag is there. These are all drivers who were called out earlier on that had moved up the order, and now Shilkunis is there in second place and is in a position to hunt down Ruben Moya.
Good reading of the race there by Marcus Shilkunis. It was always going to be an attack from Alex Machado. That has been the power of Ruben Moya over the rest of this field, that when you've got a chance, when he makes a mistake, you can't sit behind him and wait for another opportunity, because they'll be like buses. They don't come round very often. And so, with the attack from Andorra that didn't quite work, that opened the door for Marcus Shilkunis and Lithuania to step through. Investigation flag for the number 3 of Daniel Dalakian. I think that's for the start. I think I noted here from the camera position that we've got in the comms box that Dalakian cut across turns 1 and 2 at the very start of the race. So I would imagine this early in the race that is probably what that is for, as to whether he's gained an advantage from cutting the circuits. I mean, it's thick grass and a bit boggy down in that part of the circuit, so we'll see whether he did gain a position or not. But there was a lot going on at turn 1 in the early stages. Fastest driver out there is Team Brazil's Lucas Moura in the 55s. There's a good run. This is where Ruben Moya will now start to get into his rhythm, I suspect, Anthony, which we've seen him do so much across the season. Yes, Lithuania and Andorra and Israel are right there, but Moya's used to this kind of pressure.
He is used to this pressure, but the gap was larger than this. They have closed in, and now with Machado, who's thinking he's on the back foot, he already tried that move into turn 1. He's going to try it again. Lithuania are going to cut across the front. The two make contact, and sideways goes Marcus Shilkunis. Through comes Guy Albag. He gets through past Andorra, but that was a bold attempt. He sent it back down the inside. Machado gets it back through. Now Moya can feel a little bit more comfortable with them scrapping for second place. Albag just trying to get back through past Machado. He's not going to find a way through here at turns 9 and 10. And now you've got the likes of Roberto Bas for the Netherlands trying to close in, and is doing a brilliant job as he's got past Albag now for P4.
Well, we saw the hopes of the Netherlands falter in the previous race. Maybe they're going to get a bit of a surprise one here if the number 26 can keep pulling through. End of the 5th lap. Moya's lead is 0.4 of a second ahead of Lithuania's Marcus Shilkunis. Andorra and Alex Machado holding on to the bronze medal right now. Roberto Bas for the Netherlands is there in 4th, having gained 7 places so far. Guy Albag holding in 5th for Israel. Has had some big results across the course of the 2024 international karting season. Daniel Dalakian is up 13 places. Would wonder whether, that maybe something has not quite gone right there. Dalakian's going to keep pushing on for now. Of course, we've just lost 7th place to Jakub Mikulev out there for Malta. Let's have a look at this moment. This was down into turn 1. This was, well, I don't think Machado was expecting Shilkunis to have his own little go at Moya there. That just caught him out. Great reading of the race by Guy Albag to step down the inside and take 3rd. Bit of a nervy one there. I think for Andorra and for Machado. He's right to pull out of that one, because that was only going to end in one way if he'd fully committed to it and tried to make the move.
Yeah. Moya starting to feel the pressure now. He has not raced with Shilkunas yet this weekend in a actual battle on track. They've been separated in this field. Shilkunas, with a bad qualifying, has been starting in around that mid-pack. This time around, with the clean air in front, he's been able to go to work. He's already gained 3 places in this race to get into P2. He's just set the fastest lap of the race as well, and it is still just continuing to pile on that pressure. Moya now, this is the closest he's been to pressure this weekend. And let's see how the Spaniard deals with it as they exit out of turn 17 and 18 now. Back on the start-finish straight, they'll be ending lap number 7. They'll be going on to lap number 8 of 22 in this final. A big look over the shoulder there for Ruben Moya, assessing the situation. And I'm thinking the pressure's starting to build a little bit here for Moya in the lead.
It definitely is, and you're absolutely right to point out that he's not had to deal with this situation. A very quick driver from Lithuania in the shape of Markus Shilkunas, who is really fired up. I saw him in the paddock this morning, and he had a spring in his step. That's always a good sign in my... Oh, he's off the road. Oh, Moya's off! Moya's off! He's made a mistake! Oh, my goodness me! Ruben Moya has cracked under the pressure of Markus Shilkunas. It's the first major mistake he's made all week, and it's potentially cost him the gold.
Was that all by himself there, or was there assistance? They were close on track, but what has happened? Markus Shilkunas of Lithuania then leads the way. Lithuania have never won a gold in these games. They have won medals in the past, but have not won a gold. What happened? Oh, it was side-by-side action, and squeezed off on the exit there was Moya. Now, will he protest with that one? Will there be an investigation for Shilkunas, who leads the way here? Well, Machado at the moment is in second place and is starting to close in, but this final, Andrew, is far, far from over.
I'm absolutely shocked at what we've just seen there, Ruben Moya, but this is what can happen in a final, particularly in a medal race. And yeah, I thought that might be coming. The number 22 under investigation, Markus Shilkunas, is in the lead of this race, but knows now that there is a cloud hanging over him, metaphorically, physically, here at the Aspar circuit as the clouds continue to roll in. Alex Machado, what must be going through his mind right now? Andorra have never won a medal of any colour in the FIA Motorsport Games in its 3 editions of history, and right now he's sitting in a silver position. Very well could become a gold if there is some form of jurisdiction coming the way of Shilkunas and Lithuania. They won their single medal of these games on Friday, a bronze in the Rally 2. Let's have a look at it again. I'm interested to know how did Shilkunas get that close down the inside?
I think just on the exit here, it's a tough one to call from that angle. Race control, of course, will have 10 different angles of that incident, front, side, back, and above, below, all of that. And of course, so will the stewards as well, and they'll be watching that one, I can imagine.
I know they're very different bits of kit. That is not too dissimilar to what we saw Team Spain be given a penalty for in the endurance less than 24 hours ago. In the last hour, obviously much heavier carts, of course, the Saudi RT10s, but that is going to be one for the race official. I'm always glad I'm not a race official. I'm really glad I'm not a race official now, because that is a really, really tough call.
Yeah, but again, Shilkunas will say that, I was on the inside, I had the line, it was my part of the track, and, he just decided to go wide and all of that. It's one of those, but again, Moya, he will say completely opposite. He pushed me off the track. It's one of those. It's word against word, really, but again, it all falls down to a third party, i.e. the stewards, who will look into that. But we've not seen an investigation.
But we have for the 22.
We have. Okay, so an investigation flag is out then. So, they will be watching that, and they'll be assessing We won't know anything in race, we'll only find out post-race, but that certainly puts a moment in the works. So the second question is that how far can Shilkunas get away from the rest of the field? So right now he's 1.6 seconds away from second place. If he can get to 5 seconds away from Machado, he might be okay.
He might be okay, but there's still the tyre management aspect of a final. We're only just into the second half of this one. Marcus Shilkunas is building that lead over Alex Machado. Ruben Moya is back up to third place. I tell you what, Ruben Moya is not out of it yet for this gold medal, because Ruben Moya is coming back. He's coming back at Alex Machado. Round to complete lap number 12, a 55.754 for Shilkunas, a 55.8 for Machado, another 55.7 for Moya. Moya is chipping away at the advantage that Andorra have in this silver medal fight right now. Guy Albach seems to be fading a little bit, or maybe he's just trying to reserve for later on in this race, maybe trying to play the strategy, because he's still not too far away if Moya catches Machado and attacks, and they hold each other a little bit. But it was a 56-0 last time around for Team Israel. Who's having good drives out there? Ishan Madesh is having a great drive, Anthony, for Team India, up 13 places to P12. Ghazi Motlakar is as well, up into the top 15. It's probably not going to be a medal for Team Mozambique, but we should give credit. This can be at times a bit of a, and I think the drivers have struggled a bit more with overtaking, with the change in wind direction here today. And yeah, it's a full credit to those drivers making their way through the field. Although it's one of those moments where I really shouldn't look down the order, because Madesh has just picked up a warning flag.
Commentator's curse at its finest strikes again, Andrew Mather. That was him. Yeah, indeed. But no, you are right in saying, and I think actually I'll go back to India. They have delivered this season, haven't they? Especially in the world of karting. We've seen it in the mini, the junior and the senior. They've always been in and around that sharp end. This is Cooper Reisky out of the final. He's pulled it into Park Ferme. His chances are no more. Eyes back on this one here. Shilkunas still breaking away at the front. The gap is 1.8. It's not enough if he does get a post-race or anything like that. He is under investigation, but he is still breaking away from these two here. Machado and Moya not able at this moment in time to close that gap. So the front still is in a calm moment here. Kua Lee, the next driver to receive a warning flag out there. The driver representing the Republic of Korea, currently sitting in 11th place, has gained 6 places, but still having a good run.
Yeah, it is, and it's a repeat of the kind of form that we saw a couple of months ago, just about 6 weeks ago, at the FIA Karting World Championships for the OK categories. It was a World Cup title that he won at PF International back in September. And it's the same OKN platform that everybody's using here for these FIA Motorsport games, and I think he's clearly enjoying his racing once again.
Indeed, and that was an interesting final. We invite you to go back and watch that, the FIA Karting Championships YouTube page, after this, of course, and after all the racing this weekend. Please do that. But I'm pretty sure there was a large group that started that race, but I think it got whittled down to just about 9 karts that ended it.
About 9 or 10 that kept going to the end in very wet conditions.
Oh dear, that's
Germany have a little go at Malta there into turn 1. That's Eli Weiss trying to find a way past Jakub Mikulev for 7th place. Great recovery from Taylor Greenfield as well in this final. It's gained 7 places. But what a turnaround from the first set of heats for the Peruvian, who yesterday had a problem, was down outside the top 25 in terms of race results, and has really turned the weekend around. And you never know, still 6 more laps of this one after the completion of lap number 16. If there's a little bit more drama at the front, these guys in this chasing pack from Bas back to Weiss, they're not completely out of the discussion for perhaps a bronze medal or something of that description. Really tough moments here for Guy Albach, because he's on his own. He's got no friends out there in terms of pushing along in a bit of slipstream. He was very quick in the early stages, but I wonder if, kind of similar to what we were seeing with the Netherlands in the previous race in the juniors, go a little bit too hard earlier in this race, you pay for it in the last quarter.
Yeah, it's all about pacing yourself in these ones, and yeah, it's just one of those you bang on of this. Elia Weiss, though, is looking mighty fast out there as we see a replay here. This is Marcus Schilkunis getting the move done initially on Alex Machado of Andorra, gets it through the inside. That was a nicely timed move back earlier on. But yeah, no, you are correct in saying pushing too early can certainly have a detrimental effect. Pushing later in the race, though, after you've got it into a good position, usually ends up with a good result. And I think that's what we're seeing here from Elia Weiss, who's currently there in P8 and is now pushing through. Defensive goes Roberto Bass. That gives the green light to Elia Weiss, who sends it down the inside of Jakub Mikulev of Malta and moves up into P7.
That was one of those moves as Weiss goes through past Bass. This is all getting a little bit tight out there. Weiss does very well to keep it within track limits there. The gravel is waiting for anyone who runs a little bit too wide here at the Aspar circuit. That move on Mikulev was one of those of like, I'm giving you an option here, Jacob. Move out of the way or we're not going to finish this race. Now, intriguing situation, Anthony. Machado set the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 55.550. Moya has responded on this lap and has closed the gap to 0.1. And either way, these guys are going to fight, because it's either going to be for a silver medal or it's going to be for a gold if there is a penalty coming the way of Schilkunas. They're two very experienced racers. Alex Machado has won many a race on the international stage. Personally, had the pleasure of watching him race for 5 years, and he is, in my book, a very underrated driver. He is showing his skills here this weekend in the FIA Motorsport Games. Can he hold off, still, at the moment, the undefeated Ruben Moya?
Exactly, and again, continuing to push that one along. Race, like you're saying, is coming to a close. It is those dying stages now, and this is where you start to think it's make or break time to get that last position. And well, I think we're going to see that here from both of these two drivers. Machado's going to make it or break it by pushing as hard as he can now in these last few laps. The same for Ruben Moya. This was the moves further along. That was Elia Weiss getting down the inside later in that same moment, having a very close one, because then wide would go the Netherlands, and backwards would go Roberto Bass. And then this one here, kind of like a ping pong, first into the back, then into the back, and then yeah, it's kind of a front backwards forwards bit there. So very strong moment. That Sweden out of contention. It is Leo Nilsson out of this final in the dying stages. That is a huge disappointment for Sweden.
It is, I'm afraid. It's not been the kind of weekend that Leo Nilsson would have wanted after a decent run in the European Championships earlier on this year. 2 more laps to go then. Schilkunas still leads on the road by 1.5 seconds now. An interesting thing has happened in terms of Schilkunas' pace here, Anthony. And it's a very big if, ladies and gentlemen, there was to be a 5-second penalty, which is the minimum level of post-race penalty that Marcus Schilkunas could receive, and could is an important word in that one as well. He would now hold on to a bronze. He's got 5.2 seconds clear of Guy Albag for Israel. So Marcus Schilkunas, I think he's still obviously got the big bearing down problem of Machado only being 1.5 behind, and Moya being 1.9 behind. But Marcus Schilkunas could still be adding a medal, even with a post-race penalty, to the Rally 2 gravel bronze that Lithuania won on Friday.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, we'll keep a close eye on this one as well, because those last laps were also looking a little bit interesting as we go on to the final lap of this race. It is lap 22 we are on right now, and the gap continues to just slowly creep down to 1.2, but Marcus Schilkunas at this moment has it under control. Yes, he is under investigation. Yes, he knows that. He will have seen the notification on track, but he will defend that. He will say, no, it was my part of the track. Moya will say, no, it was mine. But it's all down to what happens afterwards. Marcus Schilkunas, like you were saying, this is going to look like their second medal of the Games, but potentially their first gold medal. Lithuania, Markus Šilkūnas, only one chicane to go in the sprint senior category, is looking to claim his nation's first gold medal. It is Lithuania for Markus Šilkūnas winning at the Esport circuit in Spain. Alex Machado for Andorra claims the country's first medal ever of the Games, and again it's a question mark over it. Could he gain even a higher one than that? Ruben Moya for Spain, the undefeated, finally becomes defeated as he rounds out the top three and claims bronze for Spain.
And Spain go into double figures in terms of total medals. What an effort from Spain here in these third FIA Motorsport Games. There is your provisional results. Markus Šilkūnas, P1 on the road, 1.1 seconds clear of Alex Machado. It is at least a silver for Alex Machado because Šilkūnas and Lithuania are under investigation. What an effort from Alex Machado. Ruben Moya will medal as well for Spain. Guy Albag fourth on the road, 5.2 seconds behind Markus Šilkūnas in the end. Taylor Greenfield P5. Do you think that the number 28 is going to be holding there in that top 5, gaining 8 spots? Elliot Weiss, Jacob Mikulev, Roberto Bas, Vaclav Bukaska and Lucas Moura all up in the top 10. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last race here in the karting arena. There is Dalakian in the number 3 for Armenia. Portugal also took to the grass in a slightly chaotic start for this last medal race here at the Esport circuit for these FIA Motorsport Games. Anthony, it was all about survival in the first couple of laps.
It was indeed, and unfortunately for Japan's Kota Tsuchihashi, unfortunately just getting caught out in that event. You can see him there trying to push it along in the 19, but you can see it's a kind of slight uphill fight there, and yeah, it just wasn't going to go. And unfortunately as well for Lebanon and the Dominican Republic of Habeka and Herrera also out of contention on those opening laps. You can see the live feed there from Park Ferme, Lithuania's contender there, Markus Šilkūnas at this moment, I think just in a controlled manner there at the front. But there, the replay still, these moments here, this is where it really starts to get into it. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for the Lithuanian there.
It was a heart-in-mouth for Moya, for Šilkūnas and for Machado. The driving between the two of them, very close indeed. That was a crucial moment for Machado, getting through past Albag. And this is the real crucial moment. This is the one where we still don't know. That is the moment where Moya in the gravel, after a side-by-side moment with Šilkūnas under investigation. Kuba Raisky would retire from the race after a tough 2024 international karting season on lap 14.
That result isn't done yet. It really isn't. And, of course, everything that we say here is provisional. Great shots there from Park Ferme, really getting the understanding of the frustration. The Netherlands, there also a relatively decent final in that one for Roberto Bas. 3 places gained in the end, does finish inside the top 10 in P8. But, again, for so many others, just falling down the order, and unfortunately for Sweden and Leo Nilsson out on the final stages. There across the line, Markus Šilkūnas takes the win.
Nice work, Markus, there, bringing home a gold medal for Lithuania in the karting. We're going to stick with the sort of junior categories, if you like, and go for an absolute gold rush as we catch up with all the finals over there in the Crosscars.
Crosscar Mini, Final A, Race 2. And we have another chance for one of the drivers to maybe get his hands on the gold medal. Will this gold medal go the way of Beryl Hoekstra? Will it go the way of Hugo Fuertes? Will Fuertes be the third Spanish driver to win a medal this afternoon in a Crosscar off-road competition? It remains to be seen. He just took the win in the Final A, Race 1. But the fastest lap went to Beryl Hoekstra. That's an interesting one because in case of a tie, well, that's the fastest performance of the two races combined that can give the advantage to any of the drivers. Side by side, here we go. The light went green. Oh, and contact already. Watch out not to get yourself into the dirt and to go to a DNF at that early stage, but forcing his way through. Hugo Fuertes on the left takes Team Spain again in the lead of that second final of the mini category. Whoa, what a start that was. It was a bit hectic, wasn't it? As you can feel that this is now or never for Merel Hoekstra, for Hugo Fuertes as well. There's no room for mistake, no room for backing off just too much and maybe wait for the last lap to make a difference. This is now or never that the difference needs to be made. And for now, Hugo Fuertes just didn't let himself be impressed. Merel Hoekstra just tried to hold on to a lead, but Fuertes just fought his way through, back in the lead, clipping the curb a little bit. Yeah, the so-called curb with the dirt around the racing line, but banging wheels just a tiny bit on the outside of turn number 1. And as a result, Hugo Fuertes has been able to build himself a bit of a gap, 1.4 seconds as we enter lap number 2. Now it's down to Merel Hoekstra to try to refocus on the task at hand. The gap has been built, but there's still time in that final to try to switch those positions to at least give the leader a bit of a hard time to try to get close as much as possible out of turn number 5. And you can hear some, hopefully for you guys as well, on the stream, the shouting, the cheering up for that young driver from Spain. We've had medals so far for Spain, leading the table of medals, 8 medals so far in total. Will this be gold medal number 6 for Spain on Omsor a la casa for Hugo Fuertes? We're not there yet. Let's not put any pressure any more than he has already on his young shoulders for the current leader of the mini category in Crosscar. Lap number 2 completed. Here we go into lap number 3. And the gap has been again extended 2 full seconds now for Hugo Fuertes. If it stays like that, it's no longer down to any lap time performance, down to the track result. And Hugo Fuertes, if he keeps on going like that, will be the third driver from Spain to bring a medal home. But he will be the only one, again, if he stays like that, to have it golden, as the other drivers in the junior and the senior class made it to a second place, with Diego Martinez after a crazy final in the junior class, only bringing home a silver medal, as Pina Quinquilla in the senior category was able to make it to second place as well, behind David Mea, who was back in the day, back at the time of that race, completely uncatchable. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, last lap of the race, the fastest lap so far of that second final. And Hugo Fuertes with a 2.6 lead on Merel Hoekstra can certainly allow himself to back up a little bit and not try to do anything unwise into that last lap. And he's starting to look good. He's starting to smell good as well for Hugo Fuertes. He's been the fastest in qualifying, entering the weekend. He's been winning ever since, making his way, paving his way to the final. First race of that final A, the victory. Second race, just a couple of corners left into the last sector, the left in turn number 9. Let's keep the focus on until the checkered flag, with the cheering and the Spanish flags waving in the air as well. Winning on Omsol, he's bringing gold medal back home. Viva España para Hugo Fuertes, winner of the first ever final of the mini category as part of the Crosscar competition. He's a gold medalist winner as part of the FIA Motorsport Games. Hugo Fuertes wins in front of Merel Hoekstra. And you can feel the emotion cheering up already, celebrating inside his little cockpit. And the cheering as well goes on the sideline as well, with the family members, the parents and the friends cheering on as part of the Spanish Federation. But Hugo Fuertes wins for Spain in the mini-final in 2 races as part of the Crosscar FIA Motorsport Games competition. Well done to you, Hugo. Well done to Merel Hoekstra after the Proficiat. This is silver medal for Team Netherlands, gold medal for Team Spain, and bronze medal for Team Canada, with Ava Cabral, winner of the final B. At least based on track results. But a beautiful performance for all of our competitors in the mini class between 8 and 12 years of age. We had 14 to start with, but only 2 for the most expected of all races, the final A. But in the end, there could only be 1 winner, and this will go to Hugo Fuertes. So well done to Hugo, well done to Spain, bringing home 3 medals in all 3 classes, 1 gold, 2 silvers. A good day at the office in the Crosscar competition for Spain, as well as for the other drivers being part of that beautiful competition. this will be time, ladies and gentlemen, to run things up for this year's edition of the Crosscar. The time to enjoy the celebrations, the cheering up of all the friends and family members of Hugo Fuertes. Spain wins on home soil, and as the drivers make their way back to the pit, you can see as well a little bit further back for Merel Hoekstra. Some good words, certainly, some debrief, some congratulations are in order as well for the performance of the young driver from the Netherlands, one of the youngest drivers in the entire field of the FIA Motorsport games. 8 years old and 2 months, would you believe, but she pulled off a great performances, bringing home a silver medal under the applause and the cheering of both the Spanish and the Dutch camp. But the victory in the end in the mini class goes to Spain on home soil. La victoria para Hugo Fuertes en España on home soil. A beautiful achievement, and celebrations and congratulations are indeed in order for Hugo Fuertes. Once the light goes green, we are racing now for the junior final at last. Great start as well. Once again for Sasha from the middle of the... Yes, he does, and this time it's going well as well for the Belgian driver, Luca Gartel, from third to second in the space of just a few meters, just behind the Frenchman. Where is Diego Martinez? Down to third place, into turn number 5. The opening lap is going quite well. Oh, and I've spoken too soon. And the driver, unfortunately, going around the wrong direction into turn number 5. What on earth happened there? He got tangled a little bit and tried actually to get going again. The battle is raging, and taking the lead is Luca Gartel at the end of the opening lap. Belgium in the lead in front of France. Spain down in third with Diego Martinez trying to hold on. Then we have in fourth place Gergena Mutic from Estonia. 4 drivers in the same picture. What a heck of a start that is, as we've lost Pim Vlasak. The Dutchman, unfortunately, Pim Vlasak, just was removed of that spot where he got stuck in turn number 5, but that's a DNF by the look of it for Pim Vlasak. That's quite unfortunate. He was one of the drivers involved in that big incident in turn number 9 in the first attempt of the final, and unfortunately he got stuck a long time, got back on his wheel, and that's another DNF. Certainly a day to forget completely for Team Dutchland. Now, another lap completed. Luca Gartel, he had been tangled in turn number 1 with another rival. Somehow, thanks to that big coming to... Oh! Is that... Oh, I thought for a minute it was France, but unfortunately, Vasilios Iliopoulos, technical problem, unfortunately, for the Greece driver. Vasilios Iliopoulos is tumbling down the order. Technical problem, and another driver having to go through DNF into that junior final, led by Luca Gartel. Nothing to worry about so far, no incident whatsoever. He just took the lead brilliantly in front of Sacha Dayot, who lost the second place to Diego Martinez. Spain is back in second place. France down to third, under the pressure of Estonia, with JJ Normutic trying to give the Frenchman a bit of a hard time outside of turn number 1. Lap number 4 out of 7 for the juniors. Look at the battle raging into turn number 4. Watch out for the hairpin. Gartel first, Martinez second. Still the Frenchman down in third place, under the pressure of Mutic. Then we have Luca Neumeyer and Bernardo Beatty as well, 5th and 6th respectively. Further back as well, this is the unfortunate driver, Vasilios Iliopoulos, who's going to have to get back to the pit in no time, otherwise he's going to find himself as a back marker. Yeah, 1 lap down. And yeah, you can see him on the outside of the racing line. He keeps on going, actually, Vasilios Iliopoulos, unless his car comes to a stop at some point. As in the meantime, Luca Gartel is pulling away. Oh, and that might be one of the reasons why there was something wrong going on with Vasilios Iliopoulos' cars. If it's that indeed coming from his car, unfortunately. Oh, and one driver rolling over one driver in turn number 5. Big incident over there. It seemed that, from my perspective, it just did it on his own, unfortunately. Oh, and Martinez is in trouble. Diego Martinez just went for the mistake. Disaster for Diego Martinez, one of the favorites, the local hero, just made a mistake as we were entering the penultimate lap. Disaster, another one into that crazy final. Martinez is out, by the look of it. He's still stuck into the dirt. The Greece driver keeps on going. Well, look at what we have. Red flag is being waved. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, to a point, it was becoming way too much dangerous with that piece of metal, one of the tubes coming from one of the machines, potentially from Vasilios Iliopoulos, but it remains to be confirmed. but yet another red flag. 2 junior finals, 2 red flag, and that does mean at some point that we've been through 5 laps completed already. We were in lap number 6, the penultimate round of that final. The race just came to a red flag, the time certainly for the track to be cleared, and we have, don't forget, one driver in a very, very precarious position, rolling over in turn number 5. Didn't get to see who it was, but I think it might have to be Tomas Pegliasco from Argentina. We had lost Pim Vlasak. Vasilos Iliopoulos is still with us in that race, but going through some difficulties as well. But I didn't get to see who was the driver who got rolled over, getting onto one of the side of the track and doing that on his own by the look of it. But that was a pretty hectic, a pretty frightening incident there. But I guess that's part of what off-road racing and Crosscar are all about. Sometimes with that amount, that height of a fence on the side of the track, this is what can happen sometimes. But for the time being, the race has come to a stop, as we're gonna need as well, the truck and the officials, the marshals are coming into action, certainly for trying to get first Diego Martinez out of his misery. And you can see the drivers and the machines going back outside of the track. So at this point, the question is, we have the classification as for now, 5 laps completed by Luca Cartel, Sacha Dayo, Brian Lecanomeyer and Bernardo Biri. I do wonder if that final is gonna start again. Since we've covered more than 75% of the distance, I don't think that they will be in nowhere near. We should have a restart, and I think that it's very likely that we're not going to have another start to this final. Diego Martinez must feel certainly so frustrated with himself, so disappointed. A mistake into that turn number 9, at least from a perspective, that looked like it very much, as he lost the front wheel into the dirt and got stuck, and maybe some mechanical trouble over there as he's trying to get out of the dirt. But some of his fans, peers and family members are watching from the sideline and trying to see, hoping for their favorite to try to get back onto the track, and he can't have any help from any of the officials. He's got to do this on his own, unfortunately, if he wants to keep on going with the cheers and the support from some of his rivals, checking out about the front suspension, checking out about the chassis, trying to get himself onto the track for now. Will Diego Martinez be able to get back into this race? We'll find out in just a moment. The gold medal winner from 2 years, David Mea, on the pole position on the left side of your picture. The green flag is waving. Sebastian Anon, Jonathan Yililami as well on the front row. And we're racing for the seniors. Green, green, green for the final of the senior Crosscar. Who will take the medal? And a little bit of a mayhem, and some of the drivers outside of the racing line into turn number 1. 7 laps to go through on the horsepower circuit. Welcome along for the Crosscar senior final. David Mea, the winner of last year, of 2 years ago, gold medal in Marseille, the European champion, a French champion from Bretagne. He's the one certainly to look for. He's the prime favorite in that category. And a little bit of a moment for one of the Spaniards, Ivan Pina Chinchilla. The Spaniard went from P4 to P2. What a start and opening lap for Ivan Pina Chinchilla, up into second place in front of Sebastian Anom, as well as Adar Melamed. Adar Melamed up to P3, and disaster for Sebastian Anom, the Swedish driver. He was on the front row of the grid, finds himself all the way down to P5 only. Into turn number 5 they go. The battle is raging. You can see Team Sweden going around the inside. Sebastian Henholm upper place in front of Niklas Lukas Jensen. The battle is on. It's gonna be long. It's gonna be fierce. It's gonna be very tactical and straight to the point until the checkered flag. David Mea, Pina Chinchilla, Adar Melamed. These are the drivers. 1, 2, and now 3 crossing the line just in front of us. 4th place, Sebastian Henholm in front of Jensen. Hililami, Jonathan Hililami from Finland, Team Finland, all the way down to P6 only. He was on the front row of that grid. Disaster striking as well for the driver from Team Finland. Unfortunately, he's trying to keep up from Felix Bodelmeier, the German. Then we have Maciej Lakowski down in P8 in front of Joris Denis and Sahil Khanna. That's for your top 10 at the moment. We had 25 drivers 25 nations represented, only 10 of them in the final of the Crosscar senior category. And David Mea, 2.1 seconds. Look at the Frenchman doing what he does best. Oh, a little bit of a contact. A slight error, a slight mistake from David Mea on the inside of turn number 3. Just kick the dust, kick the dirt just a little bit as the oh, and mistake as well for Adar Melamed. Adar Melamed from Team Israel just lost it on the outside of turn number 5. Does that mean that the grip conditions not as much as they used to be? Certainly a couple of mistakes from one of the two favorites out there. Nothing to worry about for David Mea. Ivan Pina Kinkia still in second place, very much trying to catch up as well. He still has 2.3 seconds, has run the inside. That's the number 15 of Jonathan Ilelami. He's trying to make up a little bit the ground that he lost in the opening stages, but unfortunately it's not going according to plan for Jonathan Ilelami, dropping another spot to 8th place in total. Ilelami was expecting to fight at the forefront. He's having none of it, unfortunately. And now, well, it's just all the way down to P8, very far from the driver he was hoping to give a hard time. David Mea, 2.3 seconds still advantage on Pina Kinkia. The Spanish drivers trying every trick of the book to try to decrease that gap. 2.3, and now it's down to 2.6 now, almost 2.7. Well, Mea is doing the job. He's not having anyone else but himself to try to get his hands on that gold medal. Will this be back-to-back gold medal for France? In second place, Pina Kinkia once again, as 2 years ago in Marseille. He could only but have to conclude his weekend with the silver medal for Pina Kinkia. Once again, the scenario of Marseille is repeating itself at the advantage of the French driver in the lead. Sebastian Henholm from Sweden down in P3 still, with a 4 seconds disadvantage on Pina Kinkia. So unless anything dramatic happens into that last lap, either to David Mea or Pina Kinkia, I don't think that anyone else will have the chance to get his hands on the gold and the silver. David Mea, the Frenchman, the last few turns into that last lap of the senior category, the Crosscar senior, you can see his fist in the air. He knows what he's done. He knows the achievement at hand. Checkered flag and another gold medal for France and David Mea. 2 years after Marseille and winning on home soil, David Mea does it again, takes gold medal, back-to-back victories in the Crosscar Senior Championship final. Ivan Pina Kinkia once again having to admit defeat, but still that's another gold medal, that's another medal, and then a silver this time for Pina Kinkia. Another medal for Spain, leading the board of rewards so far for the hosting nation. Sebastian Henholm from Team Sweden picking up bronze medal in third place from Adar Melamed from Team Israel in P5. Then we have Niklas Lukas Jensen, the number 96 from P5. Brilliant performance as well for Luka Jensen, the number 96 representing, just give me a second, Denmark, of course. Niklas Lukas Jensen, Denmark, from the German Felix Bodenmeier. Then we have the Poland, Maciej Lakowski, the Finnish driver Jonathan Ilelami. Quite unfortunate turn of event for him, as he was hoping to fight at the forefront, but he was having none of it in the end. Then we have Johan Diniz from Portugal and Sahil Khanna from India. And look at the celebrations. It can start for the top 3 drivers of the Crosscar Senior Final.
The cross-car category has quickly become one of my favourites throughout the motorsport games. So much fun to watch. From one of my favourites over to one of your favourites.
Yeah, we're right above the drifting track, and what I love is when we arrived on Thursday, that was like a pristine car park, really, and look at the way they've laid down rubber in that perfect formation with their skill and expertise. I think it's time for us to catch up on everything that happened on the final day of drifting here at the Motorsport Games.
Drivers ready, judges ready, spectators ready. myself ready, and let's go, go, go. Second part of the battle. Kaderabek out front. We see Van Riel really closely at the first outside zone 1, outside zone 2 as well, putting up some pressure, so that's great to see. Kaderabek has to try to be faster to get away from Van Riel, because otherwise it will go into the favor of the driver from Luxembourg right now. A bit of a mistake, I think, chasing there during that transition from Van Riel, filling out that outside zone 6 by the Czech Republic, and a mistake there by Van Riel. He spins out, and that means Kaderabek has to finish just the run. Oh yeah, unfortunate there for Rohan Van Riel, because up until that point I think he was really playing the favorite in this battle, and yeah, one mistake and you've done a mistake, and that can be a really crucially painful mistake for Van Riel, as the judges will look at this pretty close to see if there was maybe some mistake from the lead, but I think the lead driver was doing everything all right, and yeah, okay, we'll drop the cone hit, but he was pretty smooth there, and at that point, yeah, Rohan Van Riel got really close, and I assume he didn't want to hit Kaderabek's car and hit his car as well. So yeah, we will wait for the results, but I think looks pretty clear after these two runs. And looks like the scores are coming in. Who will advance to the top 8? Will it be Van Riel or Kaderabek, Luxembourg or Czech Republic? And the judges say Zdeněk Kaderabek gets the win. Czech Republic advances on to top 8. And we see the Czech driver is really happy about this result, and is coming right now back to the pits to get ready for his top 8 battle against Simen Olsen from Norway. And we are getting ready for the next top 16 battle, which will be Poland against the United Kingdom, Jakub Przygoński against LV Edwards. I think this will be a nice battle to watch, because previously LV Edwards was doing a great job against the Turkish driver Berfu Tumlu, as Jakub Przygoński automatically advanced on to top 16 and now has his first real battle in this drifting competition. Let's see how they will do. Nice initiation there by both drivers. Really close is Edwards, really close to Przygoński, who missed his outside zone 1. Outside zone 2 was much better. Right now coming up through the inner clip to outside zone 4, and that is filled out nicely. Outside zone 5 as well. Pretty done by both drivers. Good transition by the driver of United Kingdom. Yeah, amazing lead run, and we see but that the chase is also close, really close, almost hitting each other there. Nice job there by Edwards, and over the finish line. Good job there, good job there. That's what we want to see in these drifting competitions, putting up some pressure there by Edwards. And let's see it once again in replay. It was okay, the outside zone 1 wasn't perfect, but was okay by Przygoński, as Edwards was fully committed also from right from the first meters, and maintaining this, yeah, half a car distance, even less proximity through the whole course, as yeah, Przygoński was doing what he's doing best, really precise driving and filling out all the outside zones. We see some left foot braking to get to that outside zone 8 in the end, and that's what a lot of drivers are doing. Of course, in the chase position we see a bit of less angle there by Edwards. As we have said, that's a thing that the drivers are sometimes doing to get closer, to don't have so much risk while chasing, but here in the end almost some bit of banging there, but nicely done. by both drivers. Can't wait for the second part of this, when we will have LV Edwards out front and Jakub Przgonski following. And we are ready to rock, we are ready to go. Second part of this battle, Edwards out front, nice initiation, good, yeah, nicely filled out outside zone 1, outside zone 2 as well. Przgonski is really close, he is really close. The proximity is almost zero at some points. Nicely done this outside zone by Edwards as well, but Przgonski is closer. I think he is a bit closer than Edwards previously. Really beautiful stuff by both drivers. A good chase, and then you can, of course, good lead, and then you, of course, can chase there. Nice transition to the last corner, coming out to outside zone 8 here as well. Really, really close, and wow, what a run there. What a run there, and applause, of course, from the spectators and everybody there. Yeah, this is what we love to see. Jakub Przgonski and LV Edwards, I think one of the best battles up until now that we have seen, and now it's a bit of a hard job for the judges to decide who is better. But yeah, if we look through the whole run, I think yeah, Przgonski is closer on the chase. The lead, I would say, is quite comparable between the two drivers. Nothing major that would yeah, distinctive or distinct this. So I think, yeah, it was Edwards was aggressive and was putting on the pressure on Przgonski in his chase, but still we got, I think, a bit of a closer run there by Przgonski. And that is precision driving at its best. That is drifting at its best, as we looks like we will have the result coming in pretty quickly. On the left we see the Polish driver, on the right the driver from the United Kingdom. So and the results are coming in, and all the three judges say Jakub Przgonski gets the win and advances on to top 8, but great job by LV Edwards, and I'm sure he has a bright future ahead of him in drifting in the future. Okay, that's it for this battle. Next battle, oh, this will be a close one too. Love to see it. Itai Sade from Israel against João Vieira from Portugal. The Portuguese, yeah, surprised us positively in the top 32. Made a great run against the Lithuanian Vasiliauskas and made it into top 16. So both great drivers, two BMW 46s, 2-3 series. Let's see who does it better. Nice flick there by both drivers. Really close, really nicely done by Vieira right from the beginning. Sade painting that outside line, doing it pretty well. And is there some rain? I don't know. It looks like the windscreen wiper is on, but what a great battle. So aggressive, so aggressive. Now coming up to that long outside zone 6. Both drivers still really close. And looks like that will be right up until the end. I think there's no rain, there's lots of smoke, there's lots of close battle, almost banging doors, and wow, what a run there. What a run there. We are only in top 16. We are only in top 16, and such great battles already here. So that shows the level of competition here at the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 drifting competition. So wow. What a run there by both drivers. Beautifully painted outside line there by Itai Sade through the whole course, and yeah, João Vieira was just following, mimicking and copying it right from the first meters. Yeah, here in the replay we see that perfectly. Oh, yeah, I'm speechless, but in a positive way. You can't say, or you can't add anything to that. It speaks for itself. So, oh, loving it. And I'm sure the spectators all around the world are loving this as well. as we are getting ready, of course, for the second part of this. Itai Sade will be right now in the chase position. Joao Vieira will be leading, and knowing the driving of Itai Sade, this will be a close one. It's too early to call right now after the first run. We need a full second run, and let's hope it will be a clean one and we will see the best of both drivers out on track. Trying to see, and we have the goal sign, and deserve to be deserve to fight in top 8 against Jakub Przygonski, of course the bronze medalist of 2022. As we see, both drivers, they also don't know who has won this battle, and they are anxiously waiting for the decision to know if they will advance or if their competition is already over in top 16. I'm sure both drivers would, I think would deserve to advance on. And here we see once again side by side these two battles. I think this was a bit of a mistake maybe by Joao Vieira between outside zone 5 and 6. But otherwise, at some points I think he was closer. Here it looks pretty similar. So it's a tough one. It comes down to details. It comes down to details, and who is the best with the details? That's for sure the judges. And right now we have the shot that we usually have if we have a result. And okay, the results are coming in. The results are coming in as it's one more time. We go again, and I think that's a fair decision. And I'm sure we can, switch it quickly to David Callas to make a comment about this decision.
So what we saw in this battle, first of all, it was great drifting. It was really pleasurable to watch. However, we need to say that Itai was having better lead. It was more precise, a little bit deeper in the zones, and overall slightly better lead. If we look on the chase runs, then Joao was having way better mimicking of the line than Itai, and mimicking of the angle, when Itai was not so deep in the zones, and also not having that big angle as his leader. So we want to say it once more, and we'll see if both drivers can repair their mistakes.
Great stuff, thank you, David. As we move on to the next battles, of course, and we will see this battle between Sade and Vieira one more time. And I think fair decision as we move on. And now we have Japan against Denmark. That's Koji Tada against Mats Benjamin Andreasen. And this will be a nice battle for sure. Again, really different cars there. The Japanese-style Toyota GR86 and the E92 Eurofighter. Let's see what they can do. Really close right from the beginning, almost hitting each other at the initiation at the first corner. Really deep zone there by Koji Tada, as Andreasen was on the inside line. Now he gives the space to the Japanese driver and tries to be side by side, and he does it well. He does it well. Right now, of course, next transition, everything's fair and square there, as Koji Tada is painting that outside line. But what the pressure there by Andreasen. What a nice driving from the Danish pilot. And they move on to the last corner. Lost a bit of proximity there, but came back, Andreasen, and over the finish line. So great stuff and great driving by both cars and both drivers, of course, representing Japan and Denmark respectively. The second part of this battle will be crazy as well, that's for sure. Wow. That was full commitment by Andreasen. You can't say anything about that. After that, maybe a little bit of a mistake through that outside zone 2 to inner clip 3. But here, wow, what a commitment by the Danish driver through the whole course. And let's see, why did he lose some distance here? yeah, hard to say, but he came back at the end and put up a great show. And we have to say, not bad lead run by Koji Tada. I think, yeah, outside zone 1 was missing, but otherwise was okay. As they have switched positions and ready to go again. So we will see. Andreasen out front, Tada chasing, and one of them will advance on to top 8. Looks like the judges are still thinking a bit about the first run. I think the smoke is cleared, and we will be getting ready for the second part of this battle. So many nations represented in the whole FIA Motorsport games, 82 in total and 32 in drifting. So yeah, more than a third of the whole countries that are here are competing in the drifting competition. So nice to see that. And let's go, second part. Denmark against Japan, Andreasen against Tada. Andreasen with a nice flick there and good outside line. Missing a bit maybe there, but now he is there on that outside zone 2. Tada is following quite closely, as lots of smoke coming from Andreasen's car. Now he fills out outside zone 4, fills out 5. Tada with a bit of a mistake maybe during that transition. Bumper is trying to fall off because it was hit against one of the cones. Let's hope that it will fall off and won't change anything there. Once again, one more cone, nicely outside zone there. Tada is up there and over the finish line. Woohoo! What a run there by both drivers. We have to look a bit, of course, closer on the lead, because during the run, I think we concentrate more on the chase and we watch how close the other car, the chaser, is. And then when we see in the replay the lead run, sometimes we see some new things. But here, yeah, he was committed at least with one wheel in that outside zone 1. Here, outside zone 2, yeah, also with one wheel only. So that's a bit of a mistake in the lead run there for Andreasen as he comes up to that outside zone 4 where he wasn't perfect. And here, yeah, I think in almost every zone he could have been a bit deeper. Here he was a bit too deep, then he came out of that zone. Yeah, some mistakes here and there on the lead run by Andreasen, and we see Tada was fully committed to be alongside him through the whole course, and I think another close decision before us, that's for sure. And the judges will look closely at that. I'm always mentioning the judges because they are a really important factor here. They decide who advances on, but of course they have yeah, regulations and yeah, rules how they are judging, and every driver knows that, and they are told in the briefing what they can do, what they can't do, and what is more important, what not so. And here you have on the left side Koji Tada representing Japan. On the right side it's of course Mats Benjamin Andreasen representing Denmark, and the mandatory beautiful slow-mo shot that we have here on this, yeah, nicely done live stream. So has to be said. We have all the right angles and everything, and now we are ready for all the right decisions. Only one of them will advance on to top 8. Who will it be? Koji Tada representing Japan or Mats Benjamin Andreasen representing Denmark? As we patiently wait for, and yeah, the judges are still having a look here on the replay. What I really liked about Andreasen's chase was the first part. Definitely, like, he was committed in the beginning, and there a bit of a, I think, small mistake by Tada in the chase at that point, but he evened that out by yeah, being really close at the other parts of the track. I cannot tell the difference. It can go either way from my side of view, but I'm sure we will get a decision, and we will get a nice view from the judges' point what mattered more in this run, or where the bigger mistakes were made, because I think both drivers would deserve to advance on to the top 8 or to the Great 8, as we are waiting for the results to come in, and I'm hearing that we will have the results in just a few moments. So let's see what the judges say. No. Don't spoil the surprise. As I'm hearing, of course, I'm sitting almost right beside the judges, and I hear some decisions, but we won't spoil it, and we will see it on the screen, of course, of this live stream. So David says cogitada, Erasmo says cogitada, and Vadhad, I think, says, yeah, Vada says one more time. So cogitada is the winner as he advances on. Yeah, really quite close call there, that's for sure. And congrats to Cogitada, congrats to Japan for advancing on. But yeah, big congrats to Mats Benjamin Andresen for showing and putting up such a nice run, such a nice show. And I think I can give the microphone to David to explain.
So we saw some mistakes from both drivers. We've been really focused on the initiation of Japanese driver because it was not that easy to follow. So we were not counting those mistakes from Danish driver in the first corner, but then he was able to deal with it slightly better than he was dealing with it. Afterwards, the lead run from Cogitada was really good. And when they switched, I would say that the first part was done better by the Danish driver, but then he puts the wheel off in the outer zone 6 and slowed down. Also some over rotations which were making life of his chasers slightly worse. So Wada thought that it is not enough to choose the winner, but me and Rasmo chosen the Japanese driver.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation, as it was of course a close call, but in the end we got a winner. And now we go to the next top 8 battle, and that is Kristaps Blush from Latvia against Nasser Al-Harbali Urias from El Salvador. Blush will be in the lead position, and Nasser will be chasing, and then of course they will be switching positions. So great battle ahead, two really powerful and fast cars, and can't wait to see this one. The winner will go up against Japan, up against Cogitada, and let's go. We have the starting line, and they are accelerating towards the initiation. Good initiation, really wide line there by Kristaps Blush. We see that Nasser is following him quite close, really close battle right now up until this moment. As they move on to the next zones, outside zone 4, outside zone 5 is done by both drivers there. Nasser tries to hang on and is quite close, almost contact there, and there is contact between the two drivers, I think, during transition. Nasser is giving 100%, and this is Kristaps Blush as well on his lead run. He is wide on the last corner, and what a close run, what a nice run, and what a nice sound there, and wow, amazing stuff. Amazing stuff by both drivers. We see the rear bumper is broken for Blush. I think for Nasser Al-Harbali Urias, there's some minor damage in the front as well. So I'm sure we will see from the drone shot what happened there. Yeah, beautifully filled out outside zone 1, outside zone 2, not so much maybe. But Nasser is staying on there really close. That was the first close call, but without contact, and here we see that he is, with a little bit less angle, comes here, and that's it. I think that is a mistake there by Nasser, but Kristaps Blush playing it fair, not like spinning out or something. He is a real true fighter, and he won't do such things that he has seen done against him in FD sometimes maybe. But yeah, I think this was a nice battle, and really beautifully sounding cars. I think one of the two loudest cars there from Kristaps and Nasser. And yeah, let's wait and see how this will play out in the second part, as we have Kristaps on the starting line, but we don't have Nasser right now. I will try to quickly check what has happened there. I'm sure he is checking his car, but maybe he has taken the 5 minutes. I will quickly check and be back with the info. Okay, the info is that Nasser has taken off his front bumper, just to maintain it there. The judges are looking at this and trying to see who was at fault at this point, and unfortunately I think it starts drizzling a bit right now. We see the umbrellas coming up in the stands. We see it, I think, the rain on the live stream, and that's unfortunate. We had such great battles up until this point on the dry surface, and it was really nice to watch and see so much speed, smoke. And now this will be a challenge for the drivers, because they have been used to drive in the dry conditions and will have to adapt to the wet conditions. So a bit of a shame. Let's hope maybe that this is a short drizzle, and maybe the clouds will go away, or the rain clouds at least will go away, and we will have some smoke coming up again in the upcoming battles. But yeah, right now tricky conditions for the drivers, because it will be lots of more slippery, and right now we are waiting for Nasser Al-Harbali Urias, and I think he's coming. Yeah, great to see. The bumper is off, but he is ready to go, and now he will be in the lead position, and Blush will be in the chase position. Yeah, the wind is picking up a little bit more as well. It wasn't hot previously, but it's definitely getting colder right now. But okay, tough battle right now. Both have to adapt. Nasser out front, Kristaps in the chase position. And good stuff right from the beginning. Kristaps really close through that outside zone 1, and really close through outside zone 2 as well. We see the smoke isn't coming from the rear tires. It's much more slippery, and the drivers have to adapt to that. They're going really close against each other. Here we see how much, a bit of a contact there before the transition, and right now to outside zone 6 coming through both drivers. Wow, what a great commitment by both drivers, really painting that outside line. Nasser, but Kristaps hanging on and putting up the pressure, and they're coming through the last corner. Kristaps with a bit of a less angle, and trying to get over the finish line. Wow. This was a eventful one between the two drivers. Of course, we have to take in account that the conditions are changing, and it's not easy to like be 100% on the game at that point when the conditions change so drastically. So here we see at the beginning full commitment by Kristaps. That was one of the best, I think, chase initiations we have seen during the whole event up until this point. Now we see the outside lines by Nasser, I think, are solid, no problems. Here a bit of a hit there right before the transition, and then we see that Kristaps comes back, recovers from that, and here in the end, I think losing a bit of angle, Kristaps Blush at that point against Nasser had to adapt maybe to come a bit closer. So yeah, tough call for sure. Judges are looking at every possible angle, and we'll try to get a result out of this. And we have to keep in mind, of course, the contact in the first run as well. During the transition, when Blush was transitioning, and Nasser Al-Harbali hit him a bit, but that was a thing that the judges were looking a lot that, so they should be having yeah, an understanding what happened there. As we see the both drivers waiting for the results, as it's still, I think, a bit drizzling outside, and they're not coming out of their cars. They are patiently waiting, and only one of them, Latvia or El Salvador, will advance on to top 8, where one of them will meet Koji Tada from Japan. So Latvia against El Salvador in this top 16 battle. We have still one more time in top 16. That's Itai Sadeh against Joao Vieira. And yeah, I'm sure that we will hear after this battle, after this result, to see and explain the point of view of the judges. Okay, the judges will look once again at the side-by-side, so both battles simultaneously on the screen for them, as the next pair is already warming up their tires. And that will be the one more time between Itai Sadeh and Joao Vieira. Yeah, it's definitely still raining as the windscreen wipers are on Kristap's car. And here we see once again, side by side, these two runs. Yeah, it will come down to some details at this point. In both runs they had a bit of yeah, hits against each other. So yeah, really close, and let's wait for the result. And here that the results will come in just a few seconds. Okay, the moment of truth for both drivers right now. One will advance, one will have to end the competition, and it's a one more time. It's too close to call. It's a one more time between Kristaps Blush and Nasser Al-Harbali Urias, and I think, yeah, I'll give the mic to David to explain this decision.
Yeah, it was not easy to decide this one. There was so many mistakes. I would say that Kristaps was able to be more aggressive on his chase position. Immediately on his leader, he was fulfilling everything, I would say even way better. However, until everything went sideways, there was contacts, he was maybe even over aggressive, and if we go for the first run, there was also a contact which we blamed on the leader because he was on the wrong line and also pulling the handbrake in the orange zone a little bit too much than we would like to. So that was not possible to find the winner of this battle, and we need to see it one more time.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Great stuff. And we will see them one more time in these, yeah, a bit drizzling conditions. It's still raining, but here we have another one more time of the top 16, which is between Itai Sadeh representing Israel and Joao Vieira representing Portugal. Was really nice and close battle between these two, and was, yeah, too close to call. So we will have the one more time in completely different conditions. Previously they drove on the dry with lots of smoke, lots of speed. Let's see who of these two will adapt better to these wet conditions. So let's see. Of course, no smoke anymore, but still really close battles ahead, that's for sure. And yeah, it's quite difficult to adapt, but they are doing it really, really well. Itai Sade painting that outside line right from outside zone 2, and Vieira is close as previously. Right now, next transition to that outside zone. Sade, yeah, doing his outside line magic, doing his lead run magic, what he's done previously, but Vieira is hanging on really close, so no difference there in speed or tires or something like that. So nicely done there, a bit of a wheel drop, but still they are within each other, within a few feet, and wow, what a nice run by both drivers, and can't wait for the second part of this. So here we see full commitment from both drivers right from beginning, from the outer zone 1. Nicely done inside clip. Yeah, it's a joy to watch these two battling against each other. Unfortunately, we will have to decide a winner. We can't look at these two all day long, so I'm sure it will come down maybe to this second run right now, when Vieira will be leading and Sade will be chasing. So great things, great to see. And yeah, the rain is here still, but the spectators are also here despite the rain. So nice to see that they love drifting so much, and they are fully committed to watch it out up until the winners and the medalists are decided. And both drivers are ready for the second part. We see they are accelerating, initiating, and nice, yeah, a bit of a better line, I think, by Sade in the lead. But we see Sade trying to come closer. Really going wide there, the Portuguese driver. But one wheel, two wheels off, a bit of mistakes in the lead run. But we see that Sade is more aggressive this time, much more aggressive than before the one more time, and he is pushing his opponent to the limit as they are coming now to the last corner, last transition, and now outside zone 7 done, and now outside zone 8, the last meters, and over the line. What a great battle between Portugal and Israel on this one. Yeah, João Vieira, I think with a bit of too much mistakes in the lead run, and Itai Sade, yeah, stepped up his game in the chase when we compare it. Yeah, we will see it once again on the replay here. So yeah, not the perfect line maybe at the beginning. Itai Sade was not side by side from the beginning, but he came closer, and yeah, did a great job on this. So wow, a beautiful sport, and beautiful runs from these two guys.
El representante de Portugal y el representante de Israel. Es la primera vez que Israel trae a Itai Sade como representante en la segunda vez que él trae a Benita Vieira.
Yeah, beautiful ride. We can ride along with João Vieira on his lead run as we continue, and we are waiting, of course, right now for the decision here. And it looks like the results are coming in any second, and the winner is Itai Sade from Israel. Advances on to top 8, but thank you, yeah, to João Vieira. Great showing by the Portuguese. So yeah, great run. And already in top 8 we have Joachim Andersson from Sweden, Kevin Pesser from Estonia, Simon Olsen from Norway, Zdenek Kaderabek from the Czech Republic, Jakub Przygonski from Poland, Itai Sade from Israel, and Koji Tada from Japan. So these drivers are already in, and we are waiting for the 8th driver to go into top 8. Will it be Blush from Latvia or Al-Harbali Urias from El Salvador? We will know that in, I don't know, 5 to 7 minutes, something like that, as the drivers are ready. And both are going to that acceleration zone. Oh, a bit of a hit there at the beginning. And yeah, I think there was no space. Whoa, what is Nasser Al-Harbali Urias doing there? He looked like he, especially that it was on purpose, or I'm sure he didn't like the beginning when Kristaps went to initiate, but I think it's the lead car's choice how they initiate. And then after that, on the first corner, just bumped it to Kristaps Blush, and what was that all about? We will see the replay and try to understand. It happened right before the initiation, everything. And yeah, Nasser was side by side there, and but this was unnecessary. That second hit was so unnecessary. We don't want to see that. I'm sure he wanted to be aggressive on the chase, but that looked borderline from my side of view, from Nasser Al-Harbali Urias representing El Salvador. But of course, the judges will go through that and decide that. As we see once again the replay. Yeah, this is after the second contact already. I'm sure the judges are looking through that, but I'm a bit speechless. I'm a bit speechless about what happened there on the track. Yeah. Okay, controversial. Controversial one more time here. As we have Kristaps Blush already on the starting line, and I think for the second run. Do we have Nasser there? No, Nasser not. Nasser is not on the starting line at this moment. Nasser Al-Harbali Urias. As the rain is still getting stronger and stronger. And yeah, it looks like they're checking Nasser's car, the mechanic of him. And here we see once again that second contact on the first corner. First contact, or almost contact, was before the initiation even. And yeah, after that hit, Kristaps went off track and shut down his run, but that's completely understandable. So it was a big hit, and it was right into the door, and yeah. Trying to understand what's happening now. I think they're checking Nasser's car still, as Kristaps Blush car was checked already and is ready for the second part of this tandem. Fully focused there. Okay, I will try to check and get some information what's happening. Why isn't Nasser on? Why Nasser isn't on the starting line, starting grid? So we still see that the car of Nasser Al-Kharbali Urias is being checked. If he can continue right now, or if he has to take some technical break for him. Let's see if he comes back to the starting line or not. It looks like he's going back to the pits, and I will quickly try to get info on that. Okay, so Nasser takes his 5 minutes, and we will speak with David to understand what happened there. It was quite controversial, right?
Of course. Actually, I would also like to know what actually happened there. We only can see what is available from the cameras and what we are having information from the start line. So first information from the start line, starting procedure was correct. That was the first information, and Nasser was starting very early. That was the information from the start line. Starting procedure from the lead car was okay. Lead car immediately after the green light started. So that's for us, starting procedure is correct. Then you can see two cones in the beginning of the track or in the middle of run-up, and that cone, we are calling it pace cone, is showing where the chaser needs to be behind the leader. To have like full width of the track at that cone for the initiation. And as you can see on this markup, the contact happens exactly a couple of centimeters behind that cone. So we need to blame for that contact the chaser, that he was too overeager on the run-up, and he just started too much in front. We are even saying on the briefing that we are not recommending starting on the red light because something like that is happening. It is not against the rules, so we are not stopping the run, but we're not recommending because the run-up is pretty short and things like that can happen. So normally we are recommending that the chase car should stand with the front bumper just next to the rear bumper of the leader, and as the starting procedure starts, they should start slowly rolling, and when they see the leader move, they need to go. That is helping them to keep up with very fast cars, which Krista Blush's car is very fast, so we understand why Nasser did that, but he just overdone it, and we needed to blame him for that mistake. That went on. His place of initiation was completely moved to the inside, so his speed relative to the corner is different from the lead line. And what happened is that he tried to get to the leader, and he was just too fast. He was not able to slow down. He hit the leader and pushed him outside of the track. So we blame him for that. He needs to check his car, so he's now taking 5 minutes. So we will see if he will be able to repair the car, prepare it for the second part of the battle.
Okay, thank you, David, for clearing that up, and that makes, I think, everything clear at this point. Nasser takes his 5 minutes, and as Kristaps Blush wasn't at fault in this contact, he can take 10 minutes if he wants to do that to repair the car or not, but he wasn't starting line. So, okay, we will see. Hopefully the second part of this, and we will see for sure the second part of this battle a little bit later, as we are now moving on to the top 8, which is Joachim Andersson from Sweden against Kevin Pastor from Estonia, who is on the starting line right now. And yeah, looks like Kevin looks and wants maybe to have a test run or something, or has some questions maybe just from the starting judge and starting marshal, but I think nobody has had some test runs, and everybody is doing it right from the beginning. Okay, maybe that's not what they talk about, maybe they talk about something else, but either way, This will be a great battle. Joachim Andersson from Sweden out front, Kevin Pesser from Estonia will be chasing, and this is our first top 8 battle. One of them will advance to the half or semi-finals or top 4. We call it in drifting top 4. We can call it also semi-finals because only 4 drivers will be in the top 4, and both drivers are ready, and we are ready for the first top 8 battle. Joachim Andersson from Sweden against Kevin Pesser from Estonia. Let's go. This will be a nice one. It's still wet, but we will still have really close battles and almost contact at the initiation there. Kevin Pesser tries to be as close as possible. Really wide line there by Joachim Andersson with a big angle as well, so nicely done, really fluid there as Kevin Pesser is coming closer and closer and maintaining that nice proximity through the whole run. Now they come from outside zone 4, outside zone 6, sorry, yeah, and really, yeah, still showing that outside line. Andersson, great job by him up until this moment, and Kevin Pesser maintains it close. Big angle there, really close. What a run there. Yeah, despite the rain, the guys are putting up a great show, and yeah, of course, a bit of the speed is lacking, smoke from the tires is lacking, but still such great car control on these slippery conditions. Wow, amazing to see. As we have here the replay, yeah, looked closer than it was in the initiation, so everything all right, everything good there. And of course, this is for both guys the first runs in these wet conditions, so they adapted beautifully, I would say, without any hesitation. And here we see this was, I think, one of the nicest parts of this run between them, when Pesser was just a few inches away, as he was here as well, and yeah, previously he was really deep. Had to correct the car a bit, Pesser, while chasing Andersson, and yeah, look how close they were at the finish line. So yeah, beautiful shots. I'm sure they already are back on the starting grid, switching positions, and now Kevin Pesser will be in the lead and Joachim Andersson will be chasing. And I'm hearing both cars are coming up towards us to the initiation zone. Everything all right there, a bit of handbrake, not completely to outside zone 1, but it's tricky right now, of course, in these conditions. Windscreen wipers are on, both drivers are trying to see as much as possible. Nice transition there. Yeah, Andersson leave the space there for Pesser, and wow, really close battle, as close as it was previously, and wow, both drivers doing a great job adapting to this, and we see lots of close action between Pesser, between Andersson, and between Estonia and Sweden, and wow, almost tapping each other at the end. What a run there. Beautiful to watch, and let's see who will prevail and who will move on to already top 4 from this battle. Yeah, not a perfect outside line there, as we see on the replay from Pesser, and Andersson was quite on it right from the first meters. So big commitment from the Swedish driver right from the beginning, and here lacking a bit of angle, then coming back. So I think there was a rub there as well a bit. So yeah, precision driving, really, yeah, a nice car control from both, and now it's of course just up to the judges to decide who should move on to the top 4. Yeah, despite the rain, both drivers out of the car. Joachim Andersson and Kevin Pesser both looks like smiling, and yeah, congratulating to their nice battles. But we have the results coming in, and who will be the winner? And the winner is Joachim Andersson, Sweden gets the win, advances on to top 4, but yeah, Pesser also doing a good job. So the qualifying winner moves through the battles and already in the top 4. And here we see the emotions. That's how much it means to Joachim Andersson for moving on to top 4. He's so happy, but yeah, I can fully understand him. Nice emotions from the Swedish driver as he will prepare for his top 4 battles. And we are ready for the next battle. And it's only Christoph Busch on the line, so it means that Nasser Al-Kharbali-Urias couldn't fix his car in the 5 minutes that he could get there. But Christoph Busch is ready to fight, is ready in the second part of the battle, as he wasn't at fault at the contact, so he is adapting to that wet line right now, to that wet surface. And of course, we know if one car isn't on the starting line, then it's the other car who will advance. So Christoph Busch finishing the second part of his top 16 one more time and over the finish line. So we will get just a formality who wins in this battle, but it is quite clear right now for everybody. And if you look at the run itself, I think it was quite a good lead run at this point. Should have been a chase run, but as I said, unfortunately, Nasser Al-Kharbali-Urias from El Salvador couldn't fix his car, and that's why he wasn't driving in this second part of the battle. And we will have the confirmation right now that the winner of this top 16 battle is Christoph Busch, advances on to top 8. Okay, we are ready for the next top 8 battle. That will be Simon Olsen from Norway against Zdenek Kaderabek from the Czech Republic. Both drivers also have done runs only in the dry in the competition right now. Today, maybe they did get some wet practice maybe in the morning, but right now they have to adapt from the dry conditions to the wet conditions, and that means sometimes changing some technical some adjustments to the cars, of course. Let's see who has done that better. Simon Olsen, of course, with big experience, with the great results in the previous years in different competitions. So Simon Olsen will be the lead car, and Zdenek Kaderabek will be the chase car. Norway against Czech Republic. Looks like the track is ready, and we will be ready for this top 8 fight. And yeah, one of them will advance to top 4 and come really close to the medals. Will it be Olsen or Kaderabek? And in the top 4 they will have to fight against the Swedish driver Joachim Andersson. So great fights ahead of us. Both drivers okay, thumbs up, and we are ready to roll. Let's see how this will play out. Right now, nice flick there by Olsen. Tries to get with the handbrake to that outside zone. Kaderabek will try to be as close as possible. Outside zone 2 is quite nicely done there by the Norwegian driver. Kaderabek tries to push, tries to hang on, and does it, I think, quite nicely at this moment. Beautiful outside zone there by Olsen, and you see it's getting wetter and wetter. The speed is not there from both drivers, of course, if we compare to some previous runs. But right now looks good. It looks good from both drivers, and now it's the time to push for Kaderabek. He slides a bit off track with two wheels and can't keep up 100%, but right now really close at the end. And yeah, wow, amazing that. Yeah, drifting still in the wet. Of course, the speed is right now not there, but you can appreciate the car control of both drivers in these slippery conditions with semi-slick tires. They don't have, I don't know, special rain tires or something. They don't change that. We know that in other disciplines they have rain tires, but here they are driving with the same tires that they had on the dry, and that's why it's really important to heat them up as well. The good thing is, of course, that the surface is a bit rough. It's not a newly paved tarmac, so that's, I think, is the good thing right now. Because if it would be a new tarmac, then it would be much more slippery. So right now it's all about the precision, keeping it calm, keeping it cool, and that's what both drivers did, I think, in this run, as we see it on the replay. They're both back on the starting line. Now, of course, Zdenek Kaderabek will be out front, and Simon Olsen, who will be chasing in this run. Okay, drivers are ready. We as well. And off they go. Let's see what they can do. Nice initiation. Really wide line there by the Czech driver. That's nice to see. But Olsen is keeping up the pressure at this moment and is really committed to get the win here. But I'm sure that Kaderabek is as committed there as well. One wheel there in outside zone 5 as we move on to the long outside zone 6, and Olsen is still there, still keeping it really close. Yeah, almost copying everything that Kaderabek is doing out front. And now to the last transition, now to the last corner, as they are going and sliding to the end of the finish line. And that's it for this battle. And we see that Simon Olsen is celebrating already after this run, so he feels that he did a pretty good job, and he did a pretty good job, as we see it once again on the replay. Yeah, 2 wheels off there for Kaderabek. It was a bit too deep. Of course, it's hard to judge right now with these slippery conditions, but I think still solid job. Olsen really maintaining that proximity through the whole course, and we will have a result, I'm sure, after these 2 runs. And yeah, the chase, of course, I think both runs a bit better by the Norwegian in the chase. In the end, we see how close he got. So yeah, a joy to watch these 2 drivers on track. And of course, the job isn't getting any easier. The battles are getting closer and closer, harder and harder, and the winner of this battle will have to go against Joachim Andersen, who is doing a great job representing Sweden in drifting, and the results are coming in right now as we see the graphics on the screen. And it's unanimous. The winner is Simon Olsen. He gets the win. Norway moves up to top 4, and yeah, Zdenek Kaderabek is out of competition, but he did a great job to get to top 8. So I think he won't be sad about this. He had great battles and showed himself to the world. So yeah, we will have a Scandinavian battle there. Sweden against Norway, Andersen against Olsen. As still the grandstands are full with people and of course with umbrellas, but they will see this out. They will see these battles out as we are coming closer to the finals. We are waiting for the next cars on the grid. that should be. We see that before the warm-up zone, Jakub Przyszgonski is already there. We are waiting for Itai Sade to be there as well, as that is the next battle, next top 8 battle. Poland against Israel. Toyota GR86 against the BMW E46. Okay, so the information, came in as we right now know that Itai Sade took 5 minutes, so this technical pause to check the car to fix something, and that's why the next battle will be the next top 8, Koji Tada from Japan against Kristaps Blush from Latvia. So Jakub Przyszgonski will have to wait for his opponent, and we will move on to the next battle to keep the things running as we are getting closer and closer to the medals, to the grand finals, to the final, and of course for the battle for 3rd place. That will all come up as we right now need one top 4 battle we have already. That will be Joachim Andersen against Simon Olsen, and the second one, let's see who will be in the top 4, as we see also in the before the warm-up zone. Koji Tada is there, Kristaps Blush is there, so I think there's a chance to get this battle running in just a few moments. Okay, we see that Kristaps Blush is going to warm up his tires. Koji Tada will do that as well. Koji Tada had a higher qualifying result. He was 3rd, that's why he will be in the lead at the beginning. And Kristaps Blush with his 6th result in qualifying will be chasing the first run, and then of course they will switch positions. Really interesting, fully Japanese style against European / USA style. Driving from Kristaps Blush, so nice pair, really nice pair, which we all want to see. Koji Tada from Japan in his Toyota GR86 against Kristaps Blush in his HEK E92 Eurofighter, the original Eurofighter, the first one with which he has competed all over the world, and in Formula Drift as well, where he took a win, a big win a few years ago, or it's not a few, but a little bit more, but still the car is going. Kristaps is in good form, and Koji Tada is in good form as well, battling it through here to come both drivers up to top 8, and only one of them will advance to top 4 and continue the fight. So great battle ahead of us, can't wait for that. Koji Tada, Japan, Kristaps Blush, Latvia. And I think Koji Tada hasn't driven in the wet, at least in competition mode here. So he has to adapt a little bit more. Kristaps knows the conditions, so let's see what will happen. Koji Tada out front, Kristaps Blush in the chase position, and nice flick there. Good initiation, both drivers really close to each other right from the beginning, right from the first meters. Outside zone 2 is nicely done, outside zone 1 wasn't perfect. Now they're coming through the inside flick. Now next transition to outside zone 4. Kristaps maintaining that nice close proximity through the whole run, coming closer and closer through the whole course, and now next transition on to outside zone 6. Kristaps Blush hanging on there, and pushing it to the limit as Koji Tada doing a good job on his lead run, filling out these outside zones. And now last corner here we see Kristaps a bit fighting with this slower speed, and over the line. I think overcooked it a bit, Koji Tada, in the end, because from my point of view, I didn't see a contact there. Kristaps was really close, but let's see it here from the drone shot once again, right from the first meters of the track. The drone following really close, so nice to see that. It's so low angles, and here we see perfectly how the cars are, how close to each other, and there was almost a love tap there from Kristaps to the side door of Koji Tada's Toyota GR86. And now we will come to the important thing, what happened just in the last few meters. And here we see a little bit less angle from Kristaps. And now I think there wasn't any contact, and Koji Tada spinned the car. Yeah, technically after the finish line, but he was, I think, on 90 degrees. Okay, yeah, so in the rules it says that you have to be controlled over the finish line, and that wasn't the case in when Koji Tada did this. So yeah, that was a mistake in the lead run by the Japanese driver. Now they have switched positions, already ready for the second part. Kristaps Blush out front, Koji Tada will be chasing, and now the first corner. Yeah, not perfectly on outside zone 1, but they're getting to outside zone 2 there pretty well. Koji Tada is really close, pushing on that pressure. Yeah, we know this Japanese close style. Right now, Kristaps Blush painting that outside line, getting through the outside zone 5 as well. Now coming up to 6, and yeah, Koji Tada, a bit of a mistake. I don't know why, maybe because of some adjusting there. Kristaps Blush the next transition, and they're coming to the last corner. Koji Tada can't keep up, and a bit of a distance between the two drivers, and they're over the finish line. Yeah, really eventful battle between Kristaps Blush from Latvia and Koji Tada from Japan. Ooh, yeah, let's see on the replay what happened there. Wasn't perfect outside zone 1, but outside zone 2 was much better. And here we see Koji Tada, I think, hits a little bit Kristaps, so that's why the cone flew off. So close was the Japanese driver to the Latvian driver. So and here we see, yeah, sometimes the judges say that you have to be a little bit deeper after that outside zone, but nevertheless the Japanese driver was adjusting to that pretty well. And here he lost some proximity, couldn't keep up in the last corner as Kristaps wasn't painting 100% that outside line. And yeah, all comes down, of course, right now to which mistakes were bigger, which mistakes were smaller, as we yeah, we'll know one of the drivers or one driver of this pair who will advance on to top 4, and it can come down to that mistake from Koji Tada in the first run in his lead position, just last meters of the run. And we see that the judges are ready for a verdict, and it is Kristaps Blush who gets the win, and Latvia advances on to top 4. Thank you, Koji Tada. It was a pleasure to watch this real Japanese style here in near Valencia in Spain at the circuit Ricardo Tormo. So this battle is done, and now we move on to Jakub Przygoński and Itai Sadek. They are ready to rock, and right now we see just Jakub Przygoński here. So it looks like still some issues for Itai Sadek. I will quickly check about that. So yeah, the unfortunate news are coming in that Itai Sadek's car couldn't be fixed, unfortunately, and he is out of the race. Oh, such a shame for the youngster from Israel. He was in such a good form and showed really classy battles, but now, unfortunately, the car broke down, and I don't know at this point what it is, but yeah, Jakub Przygoński will get a bye run, so he is alone on the starting grid, and yeah, he will advance on to top 4. That's yeah, right now confirmed. He will do this one bye run also to get yeah, a bit used to these conditions, and he is doing a great job right now, I think, on this outside line. So yeah, one GR86 lost in top 8, one GR86 gets a win automatically, and we have right now, yeah, interesting about the cars. I just noticed that yeah, the most popular car, of course, was BMW. BMW 3 Series models or other 1 Series or M2. But in the top 4 we have one Nissan S14.5, one Toyota GR Supra, one Toyota GR86 and one BMW. So only one BMW in the end, and that's the HGK Eurofighter in the top 4. So we see that, yeah, it's the most popular chassis, but sometimes the Japanese chassis are still prevailing. So yeah, here we have the confirmation, of course. Unfortunately, Taisade couldn't fix his car and is out of competition, and Jakub Przgonski gets the win, advances on, and we are ready for the top 4 battles. We see Joachim Andersson and Simon Olsen already warming up their tires, and now it's getting serious. The first top 4 battle. The winner advances on to the finals and yeah, has a guaranteed medal, gold or silver. The loser, the one who loses this battle, he's not a loser, he's already in top 4. But yeah, the driver who loses this battle will fight, or still have a fight, fighting chance. Wow, long day, sorry. Fighting chance for the bronze medal. So yeah, important battle. Both drivers have driven beautifully, Joachim Andersson and Simon Olsen, and I'm sure they will put on a great show in these, yeah, of course, wet conditions, but still we see close battles between them, and that still counts, and we are excited to see them. Simon Olsen is ready, the Norwegian driver against the Swedish driver Joachim Andersson. This should be a pretty nice battle, and looks like we are ready for it. Yeah, the starting judge checking if both drivers are ready, and then just giving the signal. So let's go. Let's go. This is it. Top 4. Top 4 is beginning. Andersson out front. Olsen chasing. Nice line there by Andersson, overcooking it a bit with 1-2 wheels off. Olsen keeping it close, keeping it calm right now through the first corners. Now the first transition. And yeah, beautifully done by Andersson, still maintaining that outside line. That is nice to see. Olsen on the good chase position there. Wide angle from both drivers, or big angle from both drivers, wide line from both drivers, and yeah, simultaneously transitioning to the last corner, to the last outside zone, and yeah, what a beautiful run by both drivers, Joachim Andersson from Sweden and Simon Olsen from Norway. Yeah, amazing stuff, and yeah, they will switch positions and do it again. I don't know what else can I say here on this replay. I think fully committed by both right from the beginning, and yeah, I'm sure both drivers would deserve to get the win, but now it comes down to the second part of this battle, and let's see what Simon Olsen and Joachim Andersson can deliver when they switch positions. Okay, here we see Joachim Andersson fully focused, not looking at the camera, but he has to be fully focused. He will have to chase Simon Olsen. Let's see if the speed will be there, a little bit more maybe than we saw previously. As the judges are, yeah, still of course checking some things about the first run, but they will be ready for the second part every second, and yeah, can't wait for that. As we have, yeah, this second part of the top 4, the other top 4, and then we will go to the big finals. Fight for third place, fight for the bronze medal, and fight of course for the gold medal, which in 2019 Dmitro Ilyuk got from Ukraine. 2022 it was Kristaps Blush from Latvia. Ilyuk is already out of the competition, but Kristaps Blush has still a chance. So Simon Olsen, a good Scandinavian flick there, tries to go with e-brake to outside zone 1, but can't make it happen. Outside zone 2 is already much better, and Joachim Andersson is there, side by side, door to door. Right now, first transition, or next transition onto the outside zone 4 they go, outside zone 5 through, and big line, big angle. Yeah, I would say a copy, almost copy-paste of the run before they switched the positions. Deep angle from Simon Olsen, really smooth and fluid driving, as Joachim Andersson is right by his door, banging, tapping and doing everything. Wow, what a battle between these two nations, between these two drivers, Simon Olsen and Joachim Andersson, and this will come down to small details, that's for sure, because yeah, basically copy-paste from the beginning. I think one thing which speaks against Olsen during this run is outside zone 1. Joachim Andersson had it on his lead run, and somehow Simon Olsen couldn't make it happen. He tried with the e-brake, we saw that, but yeah, otherwise all the zones painted out beautifully there by Olsen, and Andersson following beautifully as well. So yeah, it will come down to small details, and I'm sure we will get an explanation after this result. So one of the drivers will go into the final and fight for the gold medal. The other will have a chance to fight for the bronze medal. So who will be who? We will know in not so much time, I would say, in just a few moments. And the both drivers discussing what happened during their runs, and yeah, they both seem in good spirits. I think they should be. They put up a great show for the spectators, and congratulating each other. Okay, we have the scores coming in, and I'm waiting for that. And the winner is, in this battle, Simon Olsen gets the win and advances to the final. The Norwegian driver is in the final, and he is pretty happy to say nicely, but Andersson will still have the chance to fight for third place. And a quick comment, of course, from David, one of the judges.
If we look on the both runs, Joachim was putting wheel off in 3 places in his lead. Both drivers having e-brake initiation. Maybe Simon was having slightly longer handbrake on the initiation, but overall it was cleaner lead from Simon. On the chase, both drivers were able to get really nice proximity when Simon was getting the proximity by cutting line in some places, and Joachim was reducing the angle. So chase to chase is very similar. However, Simon was having cleaner lead, which helped him to go into the finals.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you, David. When we move on to the next battle, which is the other top 4, which is Jakub Przgonski from Poland against Kristaps Blush from Latvia. If I remember correctly, I think they met in the previous games, also in top 4, but maybe I'm mistaken. But yeah, let's see. That doesn't matter anymore. We are now in this top 4, and a good flick there by Przgonski, trying to get to that outside zone 1. Kristaps Blush trying to be as close as possible. That's of course his signature move, signature driving. And Przgonski going deep there now to the outside zone. Yeah, he's painting that out nicely. Kristaps Blush trying to put some pressure on the Polish driver as they have this transition nicely, beautifully done by both. Moving to the long outside zone 6 right now, side by side. Poland against Latvia, Przgonski against Blush, and now yeah, perfect line there by Przgonski, who is using some braking, of course, there to get to that outside line. Kristaps puts up the pressure, and what a run, what a battle there, beautifully done by Jakub Przgonski and Kristaps Blush. So can't wait for the second part between these two. And yeah, let's see from the drone shot. I think beautifully done by both drivers. as we see a little bit of smoke coming up there. I don't know if is it still raining or not, but of course we won't get the surface to completely dry out, as of course it's not so hot. We are in Spain, but it's it's not freezing, but it's around 15 degrees, something like that. And yeah, the previous days it was much hotter, but yeah, it is what it is, and still we get great drifting here from both drivers. Both drivers, yeah, on the starting grid, getting ready for the second part. Now Kristaps Plush will be out front. Jakub Przygoński will be chasing. Yeah, two really good drivers, of course, really experienced drivers. And right now we'll see. Only one of them will go into the final and fight for gold medal. The other one will have to fight for the bronze medal. So both drivers are ready, we are ready, and the lights go green, and we go racing once again. Kristaps Plush out front, Przygoński chasing. Kristaps Plush with a good outside zone one right now. Przygoński on the inside of Plush, and a nice outside zone there as well. Inside clip done beautifully, yeah, hugging it a little bit, kissing it a bit there. Now to that outside zone, Przygoński is hanging in there, hanging really close and mimicking everything, almost contact between the two drivers, mimicking everything what Kristaps Plush right now is doing on his outside zone. And you see Przygoński, what a precision there, almost touching. One cone goes off, but that's okay, as Kristaps Plush is beautifully painting out these outside zones and trying to get away a bit from Przygoński. Przygoński is close, and that's it for this run. Amazing driving. What a lead, what a chase. Wow. I'm again speechless, I would say. I have to get some air into me at this moment, because it was beautifully done. Missing a bit of outside zone too, maybe Kristaps there, but otherwise we see the spectators are cheering, and they're really happy about what the drivers have shown them. As right now, of course, the judges will look at all the angles and see which lead run was better, which chase run was better, looking for that small mistakes. We as a spectators really don't go into so much detail, but that's the job of them, and we are just enjoying the view, and missing a bit of that outside the last zone, almost touching there after the finish line. Will be difficult, I think, here to get a winner, but we will know for sure about the results in just a few moments, as we will look right now at the battle side by side, to compare them, to compare the lead runs, to compare the chase runs, and I think they were quite similar. I think both drivers doing a great job. At some place, at some point, one driver was closer, other driver was closer, and then mixing and matching that up through the whole two runs. So at this point, Kristaps did lose a bit of proximity, as Przygoński was really close to him. I'm sure we will get the result, and both drivers in a good mood. Jakub Przygoński and Kristaps Plush representing Poland and Latvia, of course. So we will wait for the results. This is a big one. We have already one finalist, which is Simen Olsen from Norway. Joachim Andersson is waiting for the battle for third place from Sweden, and they will get these two opponents, but in which position, that we will see in just a few moments. As score is in. That is what I heard right now on the radio. And that means that we will get that score in just a few moments. So, into the final go. The winner, firstly, and into the final goes this time. One more time. We will go once again. Looks like that. Yeah, one judge said Jakub Przygoński, two judges said one more time. And the marshal is getting the information about this and will show it that they go once again. They're both pretty happy, and we are happy to see them going once again at each other. So too tough, too close to call, and I will give it over in just a few moments to David Kalash to explain this decision to us. So they will go.
Okay, so I need to first say that for the conditions which we are seeing here on the water, we saw an incredible battle from both drivers. We are having a little bit split decision here, where I thought that we can already decide based on the mistakes and achievements which we already saw. However, other judges were thinking it was not enough. For me, the deciding factor was outer zone 6, where Kristaps put the wheel off, and that's affecting the chaser quite significantly, also cutting quite significantly on inner clip 3. But Kuba in his lead run was also having mistakes. He was putting wheel off just before the finish line, and he was on outer zone 1 in the mid lane. So those mistakes for the other two judges were enough to send it one more time. I was able to choose, but really glad to see this battle once more.
Thank you, great explanation. And yeah, that's why you have three judges, that sometimes the opinions don't match, or they're close, but this time two judges said one more time, one judge said Jakub Przygoński, and right now the drivers are back in the pits getting their cars ready for the one more time battle. I don't know if they will change tires or not. It's quite wet out there, but maybe some small adjustments to the cars, and that's fair to do. And so yeah, we are waiting for this one more time battle, because we can't continue because Olsen is in the final, Andersson is in the battle for third place, and they need their opponents. So Jakub Przygoński and Kristaps Plush are back in the pits, and they will, I'm sure, go back out to the starting grid as soon as possible. But right now we have a few minutes pause, and we'll be right back with the one more time in this top 4. we are back with the live action right now. One more time between Jakub Przyszgonski and Krzysztof Zlusz, Poland against Latvia. The top 4 battle. One of them will go into the final. One of them will fight for 3rd place. Oh yeah, really close battle. A really close battle in the first. Top 4 running between these two, and they are ready for the one more time battle. So yeah, it will be a blast, that's for sure. So tune in and watch this spectacle happening. Drifting at FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Big flick there by Jakub Przyszgonski. Now he got more to the outside zone than previously. Then Krzysztof Zlusz following him closely right from the first meters. Coming up to that inside zone here, and now the transition to outside zone 4. Krzysztof tries to be as close as possible right now, and Jakub Przyszgonski, yeah, painting beautifully that outside line. One more transition here to outside, the longest outside zone 6. Krzysztof's hanging on there right by the side door of Przyszgonski. Kuba is doing a great job on his lead run, as he has done through the whole day. And now coming out to the last corner, really close battle. Both drivers doing their best, and that's it, over the line for this battle, for the first part of this battle, of this one more time between Jakub Przyszgonski and Krzysztof Zlusz, and they will switch position, of course, and go once again. It will be their 4th run against each other, and I'm sure we will know who advances on to the final after this 4th running between them. As we see the replay here, yeah, Krzysztof Zlusz being quite close through the whole course, not maybe millimeters away, but centimeters away. And Jakub Przyszgonski, such a beautiful lead run. I think 0 mistakes on the lead, almost 0 mistakes. Of course, you always can find some small things, some small details to see, but otherwise I think it was yeah, in qualifying it would have gotten a lot of points, that's for sure. So now they switch positions, and Krzysztof Zlusz is out front, and Jakub Przyszgonski will be chasing as they're coming up and through the initiation zone. Krzysztof Zlusz with the initiation now on the outside zone, beautifully painting that out, coming now to outside zone 2. A bit of a handbrake there, and Przyszgonski is close there, loses a bit of some momentum, but I'm sure will fight back right now. Zlusz painting these outside zones as beautiful as Przyszgonski's did previously, and right now to the long outside zone 6 with both wheels there. Przyszgonski has come back, has gained proximity back, and he's now really close to each other, and coming up to the last corner. Now they have to pull the throttle down, and now Przyszgonski also being really close and side by side over the line. What a great top 4 one more time between these two drivers from Latvia and Poland, Krzysztof Zlusz and Jakub Przyszgonski. And now comes the tough part for the judges. I'm just enjoying it from the side, but the judges have to work on that. Yeah, a bit of a wheel job, but that's I think because of going deep in outside zone 1, and yeah. At this point, Przyszgonski did lose a bit of proximity, but got it all back here at this point, and was almost a tap there on this transition. So yeah, of course, at some point a little bit less angle, but that's what we see during the chases here on this track. So it will all come down to some small details, and yeah, maybe not wide enough at the end, but that's up to the judges at this point. And it's yeah, still raining unfortunately, but that's how it will be up until the end, that's for sure. And Jakub Przyszgonski has come out of the car. I think Krzysztof is doing the same, and yeah, Jakub Przyszgonski waving to the fans and getting some cheers, of course, well deserved. Great driving by both, and we have the results right now coming in. And who will get into the final? Who will fight? And it will be Jakub Przyszgonski who gets the win and moves into the final. And Krzysztof Zlusz will be fighting for that bronze medal in against Joachim Andersson. Jakub Przyszgonski happy to be in the final, happy to fight against Simon Olsen. And yeah, two hot battles coming in just a few minutes, as of course Przgonski will go back to the pits to check the car and maybe making some adjustments or looking for better grippier tires, as will do Kristaps Blush as well. And now we'll be waiting, of course, for Simon Olsen and for Joachim Andersen as well, who have waited a bit through this one more time battle. But now, yeah, I think we will try to get an explanation as well for this decision from our judges. So let's try to check in with them in just a few moments. So we will get to the judges to get a bit of an explanation about this decision, this one more time battle.
Sorry, we've been already preparing for the battle of the third place and the final. I need to say that my colleagues were right. It was really pleasurable to see this battle once more, and it was now even more clear from my perspective who should be the winner. This time, in first run, both drivers were better than in their first battle. Kuba Przgonski did only one mistake, and that's slightly longer handbrake on the initiation. Otherwise, the run was really clean, really on the line, transitions as we would like to see, and Kristaps was following it better than he was following it in the first battle. However, he was able to put during the chasing wheel off. He was cutting in some places, so he was losing a little bit of points. When they switched positions, Kristaps put wheel off on the initiation and also wheel off in between outer zone 1 and outer zone 2, which is quite significant losage of the points. He was slightly over-rotating after outer zone 6, and he put it a wheel, oh sorry, I already said wheel off at between 1 and 2. If we look on the Kuba's chase, he was cutting in outer zone 4, cutting at outer zone 7, but he was slightly having better proximity. There was maybe small contact before transition to outer zone 6, so we were not counting mistake of the leader in that position. However, if we look on it lead to lead, chase to chase, Kuba is getting more points.
Okay, thank you very much for the detailed explanation here, and I think that makes it clear, this decision, who moves into the final and who moves for the fight for third place. And yeah, we will be getting these final fights for the medals in just a few moments, as we see here the full tandem bracket in the final. As I said, Simon Olsen from Norway against Jakub Przgonski from Poland, and in the fight for third place, Joachim Andersen from Sweden against Kristaps Blush from Latvia. So two great battles coming up in just a few moments in the next minute. So stay tuned, don't go far, and we'll be back for the big fights for to know who will get gold, silver and bronze this evening here at the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 drifting competition. And we are ready for the battle for bronze medal for third place. Joachim Andersson from Sweden and Kristaps Blush from Latvia. They both are warming up their tires, and this is, I don't know, I think this is even a bigger battle because only one of the drivers will get a medal and get to the ceremony. And in the final, they have the medals already. Of course, gold is much more important than silver, but still, right now, we will decide the third medalist, the bronze medalist in this battle between Joachim Andersson and Kristaps Blush. Will the bronze go to Sweden or to Latvia this time? And we are ready for the fight. Both drivers have done beautiful runs through the whole day, and a pleasure to watch both drivers. And now we will see them going against each other. So Andersson out front, Blush following. Andersson with a nice flick there, going to that outside zone 1. Kristaps Blush following right from the beginning, from the first meters, and doing it both beautifully. This is a real battle. This is a big battle for third place, and now we see big angles through both drivers, and nicely done outside zones there by Joachim Andersson. He is doing that beautiful, but Kristaps, we see maintaining that proximity so close right now to that long outside zone 6. We see Andersson is really fighting there and really doing everything he can, and he does it beautifully, as does Kristaps as well in his chase position. Now the last corner, how close can they get to each other? The last corner for this fight, the first part of this fight, and over the line. What a battle! Amazing battle between Joachim Andersson and Kristaps Blush. Now they have to switch the positions and try to do it once again. Now Blush in the lead and Andersson will be following, and we see here the replay. I think, yeah, everything beautifully done by both drivers to do it without contact. They are close, they are flowing, and everything goes beautifully during this run. Here was, I think, the closest moment where Kristaps was, and I think in the end he was close again. But look at the lead run by Joachim Andersson. Yeah, I think both wheels in this outer zones through the whole run. Another magic lead run there. Maybe at some, no, I think there wasn't wheels drop, but maybe if you look more detailed closely, maybe something was there, but still a really precise driving. And now they are back on the starting grid for the second part of this battle. Blush out front, Andersson is following, and here we have Kristaps on the outside zone, Andersson following quite closely. Both drivers doing the maximum, and we see Andersson is putting on the pressure in this chasing position. Kristaps Blush now to that outside zone 4, coming to that outside zone 5 here as well. And now you see Andersson is hanging really close there, Both drivers in that long outside zone 6, and what a battle between these two drivers here. I think pretty similar between them. And now the long corner, long last corner, and almost touching there as well. What a great battle between Kristaps Blush and Joachim Andersson. This was a real fight for the third place, and only one of them will get third place and will get that bronze medal. We can see a bit of a wheel dropped at the initiation by Kristaps, as Joachim was there almost the whole time right beside him through the whole course. And this was a beautiful one once again. This battle for third place between Blush and Andersson, between Latvia and Sweden. And now we will have, of course, taking a close look at both runs, of course, to decide the winner of this battle for third place. And beautifully done by both drivers during their fight. We still have, of course, the big final coming up. Jakub Przygoński against Simon Olsen. And that will be a beauty to watch as well. Toyota Supra against Toyota GR86. And they are already going there and warming up their tires. And we'll try to get through their battle as quick as possible, of course, to get to the ceremonies, etc., etc. So here we see Blush speaking with Andersson. Everything, under control right now. and I think two great drivers here. And we have the result coming in, and who will get the bronze medal? Who will get the bronze medal? And we have a decision that the bronze medal goes to Joachim Andersson. Joachim Andersson gets the bronze medal, and he's pretty happy about it. But we see Kristaps, yeah, appreciating also the driving of Joachim Andersson, who is, yeah, happy. So great to see these drivers battling it out. And right now, Kristaps Busch gets 4th position, Joachim Andersson gets 3rd, and we are ready for the big final fight right now, as Andersson is still over the moon, it looks, with this 3rd place, and he should be, well deserved. As they're going right now back to the pits. And we are ready for the big final battle. Jakub Przygoński out front, representing Poland. Simon Olsen chasing, representing Norway. 2 Toyotas meeting in the final, 1 GR86, 1 Supra, and 2 amazing drivers. So let's see what they can do. Nice long e-brake there, but still he managed to get to that outside zone 1. Olsen following quite closely right now as they move through the course right now. And yeah, keeping it cool, keeping it calm, and that's what we have to do. Nerves of steel for these both drivers, to do not any mistakes, to be as wide as possible in the lead, to be as close as possible in the chase. And that's what we are seeing in this big final, the fight for gold medal. And I think they're both drivers showing their best, doing great. And here we see the last corner of this first part of this battle, and wow, so close. What a battle between Przygoński and Olsen, and can't wait for the second part between these two. Wow. Okay, let's take a look at the replay. I think, yeah, it is tricky with that first outside zone 1. If you want to be in it, you have to pull the e-brake. It looks like that, especially during maybe these conditions, and you have to pull it a bit longer, maybe, that the judges want to see. But on the other hand, maybe that's better than not like being in outside zone 1 at all. So yeah, it's a tough decision for the drivers to make, and as we see, what a proximity between these two as they are getting ready for the second part of this. Olsen now out front. Przygoński will be chasing, and we are ready to go. The possibly last battle right now. Olsen out front, Przygoński chasing. A bit of a wheel drop there, but he is in the outside zone there, Olsen, as Przygoński is maintaining that proximity right from the beginning. Yes, what a nice battle between these two drivers. As we see, it's a big final, almost touching there. What a transition there by Przygoński, leaving the space there, but keeping it cool and leaving no space between the two drivers. What again, monster transition there by Jakub Przygoński, and a joy to watch, just beautifully sliding through these difficult corners, and Przygoński is there side by side. They're coming to the last meter. That is the final. That was a final. Great job by both drivers, Simon Olsen and Jakub Przygoński, Norway and Poland. Yeah, 2 thumbs up, or all thumbs up for these two drivers in this amazing final battle. And it will come, of course, down to the details. Down to the details. But overall, I think great showing, and fully deserved cheers for the gold and silver medalists. We will know in just a few moments, of course, which driver will get which medal. But both are, in my mind, both drivers are winners of the event, and showed consistent driving through the whole day. Simon Olsen and Jakub Przygoński, 2 great drivers meeting in the final. And of course, cheers to Joachim Andersson for 3rd and Kristaps Busch for 4th place this time. So we're getting to a decision in just a few moments. Both are happy, that's for sure. Both got medals, and We remember Jakub Przyszgonski got the bronze medal in the previous FIA Motorsport Games, and right now let's see which medal he will take home this time, and which medal will go to Simon Olsen. So the winner of the event, and the gold medal goes to Jakub Przyszgonski. Poland can cheer. Norway is still happy about second, about silver medal. So thank you all to all drivers for such an amazing event. And yeah, despite the rain, we got great battles, and Jakub Przyszgonski is your gold medal.
Fantastic bit of drifting. You're in the spirit. Is that your best drifting impression? I don't know how well you do, to be honest. It looks like you're dancing.
That's what we said. Drifting is dancing.
The fans love the drifting, and I love the drifting, and you love the drifting.
Drifting is everything. But this has been an incredible FIA Motorsport Games 2024.
It has been, and we have to say, congratulations to Team España. Felicitaciones. They did brilliantly. Incredible race weekend for them.
Yeah, who knew? Like, there's only ever been 3 FIA Motorsport Games, and Spain have never won it before, and they've never hosted it before. So huge pride, and what a year actually in sport for Spain. I mean, they've pretty much hit every major, and towards the end of the year, they also scooped the FIA Motorsport Games. So well done.
Yeah,
Chapeau to España.
They really deserved it. Kudos to the whole team. They put on a fantastic race weekend on all fronts, and also here in Valencia, they did really well, the Spanish people and the whole FIA and the whole SRO. Everyone's really aced their performance. I hope everyone was happy with our performance, but I had a great time.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for watching. Thank you, Kayana, for being an excellent
It was an honour. It was an honour. What a fantastic way to end the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games here in Valencia. On to the next one in 2 years, and who knows where it will be.
See you in 2 years.